Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Science, Technology, and Energy for Monday, April 6th, I think it is. Although it doesn't feel like April 6th, that it is April 6th. And we're here this morning to hear some Senate bills. But before we get started, let's all rise and I'll ask Representative Bernardi to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So we have 5 Senate bills to hear today. Let's get started right away with Senate Bill 449 FN, relative to the participation of large customer generators in net metering and relative to energy storage in connection with net metering. And first, I'll call on Senator Tim Lang of District 2 to introduce this legislation to us. Good morning, Senator. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members. Mr. Chairman, I'm hoping that this weather will warm up. We can get some golf in maybe coming up soon. So Senate Bill 449. We have an energy problem here in New Hampshire. Businesses are facing some of the highest costs in the nation. Over a decade, our energy prices have risen, placing us among the top 10 most expensive states for energy. For manufacturing and industrial users, this isn't just an annoyance. It's actually a threat to competitive advantage. The culprit often isn't the power we use, but it's the cost of the infrastructure required to move it long distances. We have for far too long been relying on high voltage transmission lines to bring power from outside our state, forcing us to bear the cost of massive upgrades and long distance transmission losses. Today, I want to argue for a shift in perspective, a focus on the economic benefits of energy distribution over local energy distribution over large scale transmission. Energy distribution infrastructure, the local poles, wires, substations, the local small-scale generation offers a cost-effective pathway for industrial growth. Lowering our peak demand penalty, right? The high costs on our utility bills come from peak demand moments. Hot summer afternoons when the grid is stretching it to its limit. Investment in local distributed energy resources like industrial scale solar, battery storage, combined with things like heat and power pumps, can significantly flatten those peaks. By generating power right at the site of consumption, we reduce the demand of costly long-distance transmission upgrades. Immediate cost savings, according to the 2022 Value Distributed Energy Resources Study conducted by the PUC, shifting towards these local solutions, providing a higher net avoided cost value. For industrial users, this means lower overall energy expense and higher reliability. Localized distribution and on-site storage means fewer power interruptions, outages that can cost individual businesses over $100,000 per incident. So the path forward is clear. We must prioritize investment in our local distribution systems and embrace the distributed energy resources. By focusing on local distribution over costly transmission, we can turn energy from a competitive disadvantage into a competitive advantage. Let's build more reliable and sustainable industrial sector here in New Hampshire by providing energy offset resources for them. So I'll jump into the bill. So you've seen this bill before, though now you've seen it in a new form. This is different than the previous versions of the bill. Probably one of a couple of the significant factors which I'll touch on is if you look on line 20 of the amended bill by the Senate, you'll see that this is now instead of dealing with group net metering, it's dealing one industrial entity that may have more than one account. So again, may have meters on multiple buildings on a given campus, but they're able to aggregate them behind the resource. And then on the second line, on the next couple lines, 21 through 23, you'll see what I think is the thing that makes this bill workable. This is not made so you go put a 5 megawatt solar farm out in the middle of a field and then just start raking in revenue. That's not what this is intended for. These are for our industrial and manufacturing type of complexes. And what that line says, that in the event of excessive annual generation by the industrial customer above the industrial customer's annual electricity use, such net exported generation shall be subject to payment adjustment, meaning that they have to pay back the money if they generate more than what they need. They'll pay back to the differential rate. So this also only works, as I'm sure you guys know. One of the biggest problems is this peak transmission time, and it doesn't always occur when we want it to happen. And so it made sense that I used the chairman's solar battery bill, or the battery bill, the storage capacity, to have the department look at how we deal with storage. Because again, I think that if there is excess, rather than sell it back on the grid, the ability to be able to store that energy and then put it on the grid when it's needed to shave the peak is important, which is what the last piece of the bill does, starting on line 14 on page 2 down. The other thing this bill does, and I'll touch on it, is just the ability to extend the 20-year program out. As you know, the PUC has a sunset date right now and isn't looking at extending it. But the idea being that if a business is going to invest in this program, not the rate, because they can always adjust the rate, but the fact is the program should exist at least from 20 years from the point of starting it. So if the PUC changes the rate, they'll be amendable to that. They'll have to deal with that adjustable rate, but at least program will be available for 20 years. So some of you are probably asking, so again, I don't remember if I introduced myself, but Senator Tim Lang, Senate District 2. I'm the chair of Ways and Means on the Senate side. I've been on Ways and Means since my term in the House when I started in 2017. We look at tax policy on a regular basis, trying to figure out what tax policy can I change now that will have an effect 5 years from now, right? What is the net effect of a 5-year change or a 10-year change? We don't look for making a change and thinking that today I make the change and tomorrow I got 12 new businesses moving into this state. That's not reality. That doesn't work that way. We look at how do we change things. This is one of those things I think that we need to look out and see what's going on. Our industrial businesses, when they come before Ways and Means and we talk about what made you move to the state, what was one of the hindrances of the state, energy is always in the top 4 of the issues they have. First thing is around taxes, and we've dealt with the taxes. Secondly, it's around housing, and we've made some significant changes in our housing policies in the legislature over the last 3 to 5 years, and that has resulted in just the difference between the last year's year-to-date number and today's year-to-date numbers. We have over 1,000 new transactions in the real estate market. That people are moving here, people are buying houses, selling houses, building houses in my own little town of Samberton. Yes, Saturday I was going to the town dump, my weekly tradition, and by our golf course, there's 6 new houses being built, and I stopped and talked to the developer, and they're all spec houses, which we haven't seen in a really long time. But now businesses are looking at that people are looking at building spec houses again, which we haven't seen this probably the 80s or 90s. But the interest rates are coming down through inflation, that kind of thing. So people are looking. We're dealing with the housing issue, which then deals with the labor force, right? As we build these houses, we're going to be having more people moving to the state and the ability to have jobs. And then the last part is electricity. We have to look at, right? We need to do something on electricity. This puts some control into the industrial customer generators' hands so they can manage their costs. A couple of years ago, I put a bill in at the request of Budweiser, and I wish it would have saved them. But what I ended up finding out through the learning about that bill and what they wanted to do, they were looking for some ability to deal with capital expenditures in a shorter period of time because they needed to do some energy improvements to the Merrimack plant. And there wasn't cost beneficial for them to make those energy changes, so I put a bill in. But what I came to find out, and I didn't know this about Budweiser, is that, and it's true when I found out other manufacturers, if you have a multi-state manufacturer, industrial manufacturer, the parent company puts out the product within their own company to each state. And each state bids on what they think they can make the product for. And then the company awards the award to that. So in the case of Budweiser, the case that came up was there's a plant in New Jersey that could make it cheaper than New Hampshire because of one of the things was our energy costs. It's one of the reasons they wanted the per bottle cost. of a bottle of beer was more expensive in New Hampshire than it was to make in New Jersey. Probably the water was better in New Hampshire, but that's a different conversation. So this is why we need to look at some of these. I look at this bill not as an energy bill, but as a pro-business bill, right? We need to help our manufacturers. If we're going to sit there and say we want people to move to New Hampshire, businesses are, right? We need to make it an environment where if they invest in New Hampshire and build their businesses, they have a way of managing their costs. And this is one of those bills that if they want to invest, they can. I will say again, looking at taxation, we did the House sent us a bill, which the Senate Ways and Means Committee passed unanimously on last Wednesday, to help again with some capital expenditures like these kind of expenditures to help businesses be able to get it off the ground and invest in New Hampshire rather than look at other states like New Jersey that can make a bottle of beer cheaper than New Hampshire can. So let's not have that happen and have our manufacturers leave. Let's make our manufacturers and industrial partners want to come to New Hampshire and put the energy costs, which is in the top 3-4 things they talk about as being an impediment of moving to New Hampshire. Let's take that off the table. Happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you for introducing that legislation. Did you speak to anybody at Anheuser-Busch? Did they tell you that the reason they lost the contract was because of energy costs?
They didn't say it was energy costs, but again, I'm pretty sure it's because the cost to make a bottle of beer was more expensive in New Hampshire, and energy pays a significant portion of that when you're dealing with large-scale industrial plants. We have the same problem with our just base manufacturing, CNC shops, those machine shops that make parts and pieces are manufacturing like Frudenberg and Watts Regulator, and some of those that have manufacturing plants here are considering leaving the state. Energy plays a big role in those commercial, industrial, large-scale, hundreds of employees type. I'm not talking about your mom and pop guy. I'm talking about these big, large-scale energy consumers need to have a way of help offsetting these high costs of energy.
One other quick question. On the bottom of the fiscal note, there's a statement that says, as this bill is identical to SB 106 as amended, 2025 session, we used the same information the agencies provided at that time to prepare the above fiscal note. Is this fiscal note, has this fiscal note been changed?
It has not. As you know, Mr. Chair, the original 449 was the equivalent of a bill from last year, and it was identical in language. The fiscal note was based on that identical bill, but the Senate amended that bill from a group net metering to a single net meter to just a net metering single entity bill, as well as put in the language around the overage. If you generate more than you consume, then you end up having to pay back the utility for the rates.
Okay, so this fiscal note is outdated then.
It is inaccurate.
Okay,
Thank
great,
you.
thank you. Further questions for Senator Lang? Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. With regards to that section you were talking about there on page 1, lines, I guess, 22 through 24, it talks about in the event of excess annual generation by the industrial customer above the industrial customer's annual electric use, such net excess exported generation shall be subject to the payment adjustment process within the PUC 900 rules. Can you explain exactly what that means? And the PUC 900 rules are pages and pages of rules. Can you be a little more specific than just...
So I'm going to let other people behind me answer that question, but I will tell you the 900 rules are in the middle of being rewritten because
Right.
I know I'm on JALCAR. I'm the chairman of JALCAR, and that rule's in front of me, and I've been negotiating with the department on some changes to some of the language in those rules because of problems it's creating on our citizens. And so I will tell you that whatever the 900 rules are today, by the end of next month, it'll be new rules that are in front of JALCAR.
Okay.
And I don't know the answer to this specific question. My understanding is that the rate that they get for the excessive generation, get a lower rate than the net metering rate, and they would have to pay the difference between what they were paid for the generation at the time of generation and at the end of the year when it's trued up. If there's a negative balance, for lack of a better phrase, they have to pay the difference between that.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Just so let's just forget about the rules section for a little bit. I know they can't be changing too much because they have to comply with the existing law, obviously. So what you're saying is if I produce, I don't know, just gonna make up a number, 200 megawatt hours of electricity, and at the end of the year, I only consume 180 megawatt hours of electricity, then I pay back to the utility for the 20 megawatt hours that I didn't use?
So again, not knowing the exact, and they'll correct me behind me if I'm wrong, but let's say you have the net metering rate, you were paid for that, and it's a 3 cent differential. I don't know what the number is. I'm making up numbers, but let's say it's a 3 cent differential between the wholesale rate and the net metering rate. You would have to pay back the 3 cents for the 20 megawatts
You pay that back to the utility
to the
then?
utility.
All right,
Because
thank
you were reimbursed at a higher rate beyond your consumption, and therefore you then pay back the difference to the lower rate.
Okay.
Representative Bernardi had a question.
So I think thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm focusing on the same issue as the previous two here. This comment in the fiscal note, the methodology must consume at least 33% of generation produced. That's no longer relevant.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
So again, the goal of this is not to do the light bulb in the field and make a revenue stream for somebody. The goal of this is to help businesses manage their energy, and so they want to right size their whatever it is, whether it's solar, hydro, whatever they use for energy consumption generation. They want to right size it to their business, right, so that it offsets their business cost.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. This bill does address storage, and of course, the House has passed HB 1718, which is about net metering from storage. And I'm a little concerned that the language in the two bills might conflict. We actually worked pretty carefully on 1718 to get it to a point where we were happy with it, the utilities were happy with it. Would you be amenable to amending this bill to put in the language from HB 1718 in the part about storage?
So again, 1718, your bill, Mr. Chair, and that's the one that this language was taken from. Yep. So again, if you were to amend this, the last half, on page 2, 17 down to match what you had and you had passed, I would have no objection to that.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Lang, for taking my question. I'm just looking at the bill in its makeup, and it appears to me that what it does, and you can confirm this if it's true, is it creates a new category for an industrial customer, defines what that is and how it's going to work, and then recommends that a tariff be constructed by the Public Utilities Commission to determine how it would go forward so that industrial customers would be able to get the benefit of what you're trying to do and allowing them to net meter, which is something they don't do now from 1 to 5 megawatts. Is that?
So I think you're a little off. The second half of the bill on the storage cost talk, if they do storage as part of their project, then yes, there's a section here, and it'll probably be to 1718's language, whatever was over there, but we don't currently have a rate for that. So they would have to deal with the storage rate, what that would be. But for the rest of the conversation, no, it's just, so as some of you know, I was involved in the municipal host generators to allow municipalities to aggregate their data and put up a farm and be able to do that. This is a model right around behind that. We had very actually little towns take that up. And I don't anticipate this is going to be a wide scale take up of infrastructure, but I think for those that do take it up, it's going to be very important to them that take this up. So it doesn't create a new rate, but except for the storage component, which we currently don't have. Yep.
But it doesn't.
Follow-up.
But it does create a new category.
Correct.
So
It creates
that
a
now exists.
category
Okay.
to go from above 1 megawatt to 5 megawatts. And as you know, over 5 megawatt, the feds get involved. But from the 1 to 4.999999, that is controlled by the state. We're eligible to manage that. So it creates a category for that called industrial host.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, Senator Lang, for introducing this legislation. Next, we'll hear from the Department of Energy and welcome Meg Stone and Josh Elliott. And good morning to the two of you and welcome. Good to see you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Meg Stone, Legislative Liaison with the Department of Energy, and I'm joined today by Josh Elliott, Director of Policy and Programs with the Department of Energy. Just starting off with, the department is neutral on this bill. I will go through some technical, policy, and administrative considerations for the committee this morning, beginning with technical. So, and I will email you as well what I will speak to today. So Section 1, Line 7 refers to paragraph 11C. This should be Roman 2C. And similarly, in Section 1, Line 8 refers to paragraph 11G. This should be Roman 2G. Section 1, Lines 10 through 15, as has been discussed already, this is some storage language that the committee has also contemplated and passed in HB 1718, as well as the language in Section 4. Section 2, Line 18 refers to industrial customer, but then allows generation to be used to offset one or multiple accounts. This describes a group host arrangement without actually calling it that, leading to a multitude of problems of how exactly this type of entity should be treated under the statute and what requirements it must follow. Further, by divorcing this industrial customer from the group host, it in effect removes the compensation structure as well. The Public Utilities Commission has not set any compensation for customer generators for greater than 1 megawatt. The way that this works for municipal hosts is through RSA 362A914C. But by kind of severing this connection to a group host, the compensation structure is severed as well. Based on the definition provided, it's really not clear to us how these customers would be compensated. Section 2, Line 23 refers to PUC 900 rules. Given that the department is working on the 900 rules, this really should refer to EN 900 rules. EN 900 rules. Yes, as in like energy. They're being replaced. Yes, they're being replaced. For policy considerations, the contemplated policy here is we don't view as a small one. This would open up net metering to 5 megawatts to roughly 17% of the electricity demand in the state. I'm sure that you will hear this quite a bit today. It's frequently invoked. The VDERS report did not contemplate this type of policy when it conducted its analysis of cost shifting that found between a 1% to 2% increase for non-net metering customers. That analysis was a snapshot in time, and to say that there's the VDERS shows that there's no cost shifting under net metering. So the bill would not result in any cost shifting would not be accurate because it did not analyze it. Section 3 revives the discussion around grandfathering, which is also contemplated in a bill that you'll hear later this morning. This issue was adjudicated by the PUC in DE 22060. The PUC in their order shifted from a 20-year rolling eligibility to a date certain in 2040. And this was the department's position in the docket. What's being directed here is a guaranteed compensation structure for industrial customers in relation to default service for 20 years on or before December 31st, 2031. And any time after that would default to the 2040 date certain and shift risks and could shift risks from developers to electric ratepayers. Additionally, the section of the bill would be a direct conflict of Senate Bill 538, which again you're hearing later this morning, that would contemplate that change in that statute for only municipal projects. In addition, because the bill is silent on behind-the-meter consumption requirements, an industrial customer would default to the standard 20% requirement. And this means that an industrial customer could install multiple 5 megawatt arrays while only consuming just over 1 megawatt behind the meter and exporting the remainder to the grid, allowing these entities to function more like generators. And then an administrative consideration for you is that this is, so I know you brought up the fiscal note earlier. The fiscal note on the bill was as introduced. The department's analysis on the amended bill is that our fiscal analysis would not change. And the department would still require one additional full-time employee, as outlined in that fiscal note. And thank you. We're happy to take any questions.
Okay, so thank you very much for your detailed testimony. You threw a lot of information at us that it's going to take a while to digest. Appreciate that. Did I understand you to say that you will include this information in an email to the committee?
Yes, I will.
Okay, great. That would be really helpful. Thank you. Questions? Vice Chair Thomas, rather, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I assume that these points were brought before the Senate in their public hearing?
Yes, we brought, again, there was a different version of this bill, but similar, the language was slightly different, but these issues were raised as well, yes.
Follow-
Follow up?
Thank you, follow. So just one thing, based on what you said, would you say that that the bill in the current form would be unworkable in a practical sense without major changes?
Yes, based on what the prime sponsor spoke to in terms of the bill versus the actual language that here is in front of you, it seemed to be doing two different things. So I think there would need to certainly be some significant work done in terms of cleaning up and clarifying, especially around, as Ms. Stone highlighted, around this industrial customer definition that's not really workable as the current construct in statute.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You would mention this very quickly, and I was trying to grab it, but was looking forward to the email, I could say. Multiple less than 5 megawatt generators, one entity could have, I think you said they could have, I don't know, like 3 or 4 different ones that are 4.5 megawatts, let's say, for example, and that they would export surplus electricity. But what I was just told is that anything that they export that they doesn't match their consumption, they have to compensate by paying back. Can you kind of clarify that? Because I'm totally confused right now.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. Yeah, the language that we were basing our testimony based on the language that is in the bill as amended by the Senate. If the prime sponsor has a different intent, that intent is not reflected in this language. Based on the way that that is structured, leaving aside the compensation question, which is tied up in the group host definition, for them to actually be able to be compensated above the 1 megawatt threshold currently set in statute. The issue is because there is no other behind-the-meter consumption requirements elsewhere in this bill, assuming that because they are not using this group host definition, which has the requirements that that the prime sponsor spoke to, although that would be applying it to an individual customer, which would be different than it's currently done. The way that customers are treated now is that there is an allowance of they have to consume at least, there's a minimum threshold of at least behind the meter consumption requirement of 20%, in that they must consume 20% of whatever their total output is over the course of the year behind the meter to be eligible to actually participate as part of net metering and get credit for their net exports. Absent any other specification within the statute, the department assumed that these sorts of entities would therefore fall under that same regulatory structure and therefore only be subject to that 20% behind the meter consumption requirement.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Yeah, so it all comes back to that definition of whether it's group host or not, and if it's not, what it is, because we really don't have a definition for this new entity.
Correct. It's the way that it's even structured sort of makes allusion to, if you look on line 20, for example, where it says requirements of one industrial entity with one or more accounts. So if you're a single entity, right, you're just a regular customer generator, you're just one account behind 1 meter with one generation source, one distributed energy generation source behind the meter, that's fine. The minute you start adding multiple accounts, you are a group host, but you've described it without actually calling it that, but you need to call it that in order for all the requirements to be folded in.
Thank you.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this might be a related source of confusion on my part as well, but you mentioned that there's no mention of behind the meter usage in this bill, but it seems to me quite clear that it says in the event of excess annual generation by the industrial customer above the industrial customer's annual electricity use. Doesn't that imply behind the meter usage? And if not, how, why not?
Thank you for the question. So in the reference to the old PUC rules, there was the requirement there as part of the EN 900 rules. Those have, I believe they have moved. I'm not an expert on that. I was told by our staff that that reference doesn't quite make sense anymore, given the new EN 900 rules. I think if there is an intent to have a specific behind the meter consumption requirement for this specific entity, it's easier to just spell it out in statute what exactly is intended.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So you basically need to have the exact word behind the meter usage in the bill?
Yes, there would have to be some other, lacking any other specificity in the bill, it would default to that 20% behind the meter consumption requirement.
Representative Swanson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard a number of issues that you've listed, some technical and others more semantic with this particular bill. When you came forward, you said that your department was neutral on this bill. And should I infer that you're neutral with regard to the intent of the bill, but you would object to passing it as is?
I don't think the bill is workable as is.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my question. So my question is around the 20-year rolling versus date certain and guaranteed compensation structure for industrial customers. It seems to me like the intent of the sponsor was probably to be able to give some certainty, and since we just had this change that says that now after a certain date, those folks who are participating will not be able to have compensation after a date certain, that we would want to extend that to folks who will be making these large investments now, because it's very hard for them to make it pencil out in terms of investing in, some large scale local energy. So can you speak to whether you're trying to hold somebody who is newly coming into this net metering structure that the state has to the limitations that we've just passed in placing on folks who are existing net metering customers, and whether economically that's even a viable thing? Because I think that that's what they're trying to do, is get to a place where we're offering some kind of assistance to people to lower their costs, right?
Thank you for the question. So certainty, right? Insurance policy, that it involves shifting risk from one group to another group, right? And in this case, it's shifting from the developer or the owners of these systems to the rest of ratepayers, essentially, right? So if that is the department views as that as not as reasonable to expect the rest of the electric ratepayers to absorb that risk. In terms of the one entity in terms of being eligible versus another entity, right? This is a regulatory structure that is set by the Public Utilities Commission, right? Those things, as the analyses are done by the PUC, and they have an open investigatory docket right now looking at a variety of these issues, just sort of looking at net metering holistically. Whether or not this is the policy that I'm sure it would probably help developers build more of these types of facilities, right? If you de-risk anything, you're going to get more of something, but it's a matter of who's paying for that risk premium. I'm sorry, if I wasn't clear, you're happy to rephrase your question, but.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. No, I don't want to rephrase the question. I understand your position, and I'm not going to pursue it any further.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Representative Nutter has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. If this bill is shifting rulemaking authority from the Public Utilities Commission to the Department of Energy for energy storage, do you think it creates confusion or duplication between the DOE and the PUC?
I don't believe so. There's a essentially a line that is attempted to be, has been drawn elsewhere in statute, and I think this reflects it. There might be some additional clarification that may be needed in a following statute just to clarify between whose roles are. But essentially, it's the department is the one who will set the standards. The Public Utilities Commission then adjudicates to set the rate. So this is sort of specifies out in terms of the terms and conditions what interconnection agreements should look like and things like that. Those are kept by the department versus how much somebody should be compensated for the exports from a battery storage system, for example, would stay with the commission because they're the ones who are the rate makers.
Representative Corman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm still trying to understand the cost shifting that you're talking about, because I understand that these PUC 900 rules are going to become the EN 900 rules, but at least from what the prime sponsor was telling us, there would be a truing up at the end of the year so that the industrial host would actually be paying back for some of that excess generation that they were compensated for. So how is there still a cost shift then?
Thank you for the question. So this really cuts to the quick of the divorce in the definition here between industrial customer versus the industrial host definition that was seen earlier in the bill. Because all of those requirements, for example, that requirement that you just described is a requirement of a group host, right? And they have to go through the process of balancing the load from all of their members versus the generation from the generator that's attached, that is the host essentially in that situation. That doesn't exist under a normal customer generator definition. So if that is the intent, and I understand that to be the intent of the prime sponsor, problem is the language in front of you in this bill does not actually accomplish that.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I think basically I was going to ask kind of the same thing that Representative Corman just asked you about. If an industrial host annual export exceeds the group's usage, where the bill points in here that the 900 rules of reconciliation, does the current rate of compensation for that excess truly reflect the avoided cost to the utility, or is it implicit subsidy?
So I will tell you what we know and what we don't know. Based on the Value of Distributed Energy Resources study, or the VDRS, that was conducted a couple of years ago, the report found that there is minimal cost shifting that exists under the current regime that existed at the time. So that was up to 1 megawatt. That did not contemplate the municipal group hosts, which is up to 5 megawatt, did not contemplate any of the other changes that are contemplated in this bill or in any of the other bills that have been either suggested or have been passed since then. It was a snapshot in time. I can't answer that question in any definitive way to say, oh, if we do this, as either written here in the bill or as described, that there will be no cost shift. There's simply not the data to show that within New Hampshire to demonstrate that.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Stone mentioned in her testimony that this bill would expose the state to a 17% increase in total net metering. Since the state currently spends around $32 million for net metering, would that mean that it would expose the state to a potential increase of $5.44 million?
So the 17%, that is the number of, or I should say, that is the percentage of load that industrial customers, just generally, if you're in the industrial rate class, that is the amount of electricity that you consume as part of the whole. That was part of the calculation when we're looking at a fiscal note and trying to figure out how much the costs are going to be, just to give a sense of scale. That would be the increase in the number of entities that would be potentially newly eligible to participate. In terms of the cost shift dollar amount, there's no analysis that can be done or that we have access to that would show what that number would be. So I know there are there are costs that come with net metering. There are also benefits that come with net metering under the current regime. Again, in terms of shifting those within this new structure that's here, it's, again, whether it's the bill that's in front of you or what's the intent of the sponsor, right? There are two different things going on, so it gets complicated.
Representative Swanson has another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again. Just back to the original intent, I think that as presented, the goal is to reduce the need for, or one of the benefits of this is argued that it will reduce the need for distribution cost investment. Basically, it distributes the local generation capability rather than having to have a centralized source for generation and transmission, or transmission and generation. Do you believe that this bill takes steps toward achieving the notion that this would actually reduce overall cost of maintaining the distribution system by the company that does it, and therefore provide a net benefit from an investment standpoint?
Thank you for the question. So these facilities, these systems would still be connected to the distribution system and would still have to be built to be able to export, if there are any exports from these facilities. So the distribution system is still going to be in use. These facilities would still use the distribution system, right? If you've got a cloudy day, right, and your solar array is now outputting the same as it would be on a bright sunny day, or you have fewer hours in the day if it's the middle of winter versus the middle of July, right? They're still utilizing the distribution system because there will be still some usage from it.
So follow-up question, just to summarize,
follow
you're
up.
saying that this does not move toward a goal of a more distributed energy system?
I'm sorry,
Distributed electric supply. I mean, I saw a briefing last week where they talked about centralized generation or supply system with a large transmission network infrastructure. And I understood this to be moving toward a more distributed capability so that, say, you wouldn't have to build up so many or add to the capacity of substations going into certain locations because they would be supplying their own electricity or using their own electricity.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. It is very locationally dependent, right? If you put one of these facilities, for example, in a place where there's already congestion on the distribution system, where there might be the need to upgrade upgrade a substation, for example, to be able to handle a larger load, right? The placement of one of these, a solar array or any generation for that matter, either behind the meter or somewhere along that distribution circuit, could reduce the need for either the size of the upgrade that is needed for the substation, or push out the need, right? Rather than needing it, 5 years from now, we now need it 15 years from now, right? But that is very locationally driven. That could be true on one circuit, and it could be the opposite on the other circuit, of where there might be too much distributed resources that are already on that circuit. In order to be able to accommodate this, upgrades to substations and lines need to be made in order to accommodate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Harrington.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for taking my question. So as a follow-up to that, it's one thing we really haven't mentioned here is that these generators have no commitment to produce electricity. So if you're 4.9 megawatts, you can be producing 4.9 megawatts, and maybe you're consuming 3 megawatts one day and more than that another day. So let's say it all balances out. But on any given day, as far as the electric transmission and distribution system is concerned, that 4.9 megawatts can just go away because their inverter fails. Oh, we're not going to fix it for a couple of weeks. So now they're going to draw in all the electricity that they got in the past, just like they had no net metering. Unlike a over 5 megawatt generator that has a commitment, they bid in an amount and they have to supply that energy one way or the other. So if we started getting 15 or 20 of these things in the state, and that, as you mentioned, the thunderstorm comes in earlier than expected, the output drops, they face no penalty, but the utility would then have to have some backup mechanism to make sure that they can supplement that lost energy. And somebody's got to pay for that, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Corman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again for taking my question. So did I understand correctly that industrial users are using about 17% of our electric power? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
As
so-
of 2025, yes.
Okay, so it's not necessarily the case that every one of these industrial users is going to go for this option and create a solar array and generate 4.99 megawatts. So I'm just thinking this 17% figure you gave seems like a really high estimate.
I'm sorry, let me clarify. The 17% figure is just in relation to the percentage, right, as you described, right, of the amount of electricity that is consumed within the state. So we're not assuming that all of them do that. We're just saying, here's the size of the eligible pool of people. So nothing was calculated in the fiscal note, assuming that 100% of them all do 5 megawatt solar arrays. It was just to give a sense of scale in comparison to of who would be newly eligible under this structure.
Representative McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So my question is around, we've been dancing around some of these same issues over and over again over the years that I've been on this committee. And I'm wondering why we don't have any input before this point where we're in crossover and we're looking at bills that have already passed through one side as to how we can move forward with a bill like this, right? Because this type of bill, the need for this bill in the state, keeps coming before us, and we keep finding out all these exceptions, but we never seem to get answers as to how we can resolve those so that we can actually pass something that will help people. So my question is, does the Department of Energy see a value in the idea of us having greater energy independence and more of our energy dollars staying in the state by investing in local sustainable energy and having major businesses like this bill would incorporate helping us with creating an infrastructure that doesn't exist today? Is there any percentage of clean energy that the state is trying to achieve? Or, because I feel like those things are all nebulous at this point. We just keep going in circles.
There's a lot to unpack there. So, right, the state has a renewal, right, of course, why should it be straightforward? Of course, as you know, the state has a renewable portfolio standard, which is the only thing that is set in statute in terms of mandates for the purchase of, or I should say, purchase of renewable energy certificates to cover the electricity sales by either the electric distribution utilities or competitive suppliers, including community aggregators. In terms of electricity, New Hampshire is a net electricity exporter between Seabrook Station and a number of other facilities, including Granite Ridge and Londonderry. The state is a net electricity exporter, right? We export more electricity than we consume within the state. If there is a desire to be energy independent, right, or however that is defined, that is a policy decision by the legislature. If that is a laudable goal, if that is something we want to do, there is a cost to that, right? There's a cost to everything. There's a cost to the status quo. There's a cost to embarking on energy independence, however you want to define energy independence. And whether or not that is a technology specific, we only want this type of technology in order to get there, or we don't care about what the technology type is. We want to be energy independent, right? And it depends on what the goal is, right? If the goal is we want renewable energy, right, that is different than necessarily being energy independent. They could be the same, they could be different, right? And it depends on what the goal of the legislature is in terms of how energy is generally consumed within the state.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Yeah, my meaning in energy independence is that we're not importing all of our energy, meaning we are dependent on getting it here, right? That's what is generally meant by having some locally created energy that agnostic of what that is. But since the cheapest thing to add is generally on the clean side, that's where we were at several years ago in terms of planning, of trying to increase creating stuff locally that was sustainable so that we didn't have to send all our energy dollars outside of the state economy. So that's what I meant by that. But I guess my question really is just to the role of the Department of Energy, because you are very adept at coming and telling us what is wrong with the bills, but I don't understand why we're going through this process over and over again where you're not providing the input to the bills that would help them get over the finish line.
Thank you for the question. We're happy to talk to anybody at any time about anything. Depends on if people call us. We were not involved in drafting this amendment. No one consulted us. People don't need to consult us, right? We're not a gatekeeper. We're not the be all end all. We're not the kings of energy to say who can do what, where, and how. But it is part of our legislative charge is to inform the legislature how things will work, and it certainly behooves us as an executive branch agency to say, this actually doesn't do what you intend to do. This doesn't actually work in practicality, because sort of the worst case scenario would be the legislature to pass a law, had to have something happen, or to direct the agency to do something that either, functionally can't work, right?
Vice Chair Thomas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'd like to go back to the question that Representative Coleman asked you about the 17%. And I just checked. I don't believe the utilities are scheduled to speak. So I'll ask you, would you say that in the event that all the industries were to take advantage of this, and we're talking about, worst case scenario, would you, and because the renewables are an unreliable source of base power, would you expect that the utilities would have to plan for future replacement of any lost power should something happen where the industrials couldn't supply their own power and they go back onto the grid?
It would depend. Thank you for the question. It would depend. There are a lot of factors that would go into that, including the size of the arrays, the location on the distribution system, whether or not storage is included or contemplated as part of that. To the abilities to the utility to procure additional electricity in a short amount of time, how that goes into load forecasting, right? There's a lot that would probably be better answered by the utility that I don't think I'd be able to answer on the spot. So I apologize. I can't answer that on the spot.
Follow up?
Thank you. Thank you for the follow-up. So had you been consulted on this bill, would you have perhaps brought that up?
It's I don't think having full participation, 100% of all entities who are eligible to take it up is something we've seen certainly on the municipal host side. We have not necessarily seen every single community come in, register every single one of their accounts as part of a group host net metering arrangement. If it were an issue, we could probably go back and look at what the total aggregate load is between the eligible entities that are currently under the eligible under a municipal host definition versus the aggregate load that to try to do some forecasting for that. But I don't know if it would. I don't have a sense off the top of my head as to is this something that can be easily navigated, or is this something that would require a substantial amount of planning from the utilities to go through. My inclination, based on just what I know about the number of group hosts that have been registered, that the uptake is probably not as big. As 100% is probably several orders of magnitude less than that. That I certainly wouldn't see it being large enough that to impact utility planning in any sort of serious way.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really know how to form this exactly, but it seems I'm going to agree with Representative McGee that we seem to be dancing around this issue all the time. And I'm just wondering if the Department of Energy would ever, contemplate the benefit to the state in terms of allowing businesses to lower their energy costs, of allowing increased penetration of this type of distributed energy. How that doesn't weigh into your calculus of the cost versus the benefit and the risks of this sort of structure to the rest of the state.
Thank you for the question. So 2 parts. Any business or industry that wants to do this right now can just do it right now. There's no prohibition on building a solar array larger than 1 megawatt. It's the compensation that is the question at the end of the day, right? If they want to, they can build one of these things today. They certainly need to work with their local utility to make sure that the infrastructure on the other side of the meter is appropriately sized, and if there are any other needed upgrades, they would certainly be responsible for those. Just want to be very clear that they can absolutely do this today. It's amount of the question is how much can they get paid as part of net metering and compensated as part of net metering as part of that structure. So if they're consuming everything behind the meter, it doesn't matter. The utility doesn't see it. They can do that entirely. It's a matter of when you send electrons, you export electrons out into the grid. That's where the rubber hits the road. In terms of your other question, the fundamental hesitancy of the department is that we do not know, we cannot project. Studies have not been done to say what the impact would be on all ratepayers, right? Are we going to benefit a select few of ratepayers who can afford to and install these facilities at the expense of everybody else? And the answer to that question has not been found yet, right? There are various dockets that are in the process of doing that. I'm optimistic the investigation the PUC is running will hopefully get to the bottom of that. You know, that would be a different story. If we could say today under a certain regime, absolutely, there'd be zero cost shifting, right? Say that with absolute certainty, right? That's one discussion that can be had, right? And that's generation type agnostic, right? Doesn't matter what the generation type is, but to ensure that the average ratepayer isn't picking up the tab for an entity to get a faster rate of return on their investment, right? And I fundamentally don't think that's a fair request to ask of all the ratepayers of the state. There are certain limitations. There are plenty of things you could do in terms of limiting that exposure. For example, right, the bill is introduced, or even in the Senate version of it, any of the costs incurred aren't confined to just the industrial customers, right? They could be residential ratepayers can end up picking up the tab if there's any cost shifting, right? The way that the bill is structured doesn't say, hey, industrial customers, you get all the benefit, then you're going to have to pick up any of the costs, right? There's no requirements in terms of that.
Follow-up
Representative, oh, you need a follow-up? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I mean, this is more of a theoretical question, but I just want to get your opinion on this. For example, in our town, we do property tax credits for industrial customers. If they want to come locate in the town, they get a discount on the property tax they have to pay. That shifts some of the property tax burden to the entire class of property taxpayers in the entire town. We consider that a benefit to the town because it brings in businesses. It allows businesses to flourish. It increases the employment rate in the town, increases the property tax value of the property tax base. So there's a lot of benefits that the town considers when they make that decision. Why doesn't the Department of Energy use the same sort of analysis in terms of the economic impact on the state of allowing some of our major industries to lower their costs and continue to do business in the state?
I would say if you are trying to reduce costs for businesses, there are other mechanisms, including the business profits tax and the business enterprise tax, that directly impact businesses rather than expecting it for all ratepayers to pay that, right? And if your town, as a policy decision, wants to do that, that is fine. I'm certainly not going to tell a town what they can and can't do or opine on it. But if there are mechanisms, if you're looking for mechanisms to directly impact a business's bottom line in terms of how economically viable they are or are not, there are other mechanisms rather than relying on all ratepayers to do it.
Representative Summers has a question, and I'd like this one to be the last question because we still have 5 people who want to testify on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I was actually looking at this, and you may or may not be able to answer it, but the Department of Energy is mentioned in the bill under the methodology within the fiscal note, where it was talking about the 33% of the generation produced. And my question is for a typical industrial host, how closely does their peak generation align with their peak consumption? If the two are mismatched, are we incentivizing artificial load growth just to meet the 33%?
Thank you for the question. So 2 things. That was in the fiscal note is introduced. That requirement is no longer in the bill. So that 33% is not no longer applicable to the bill. I can attempt to answer the second part of your question if you wish, but if it was tied to that, I can stop there. Okay.
Okay, I want to thank the department for the illuminating testimony on this bill, and we'll call next on Christopher Tiernan, who represents Lonza in Portsmouth, to give us his perspective on this legislation. Good morning and welcome to ST&E.
press this button here. Okay, so I'm a rookie here, so first time here, so good to meet you all. Very interesting to hear the topic. Again, Christopher Tiernan with Lonza. Am I good? All right, with Lonza in Portsmouth. So Lonza is biopharmaceutical manufacturing company, industrial manufacturing, commercial development. Been in Portsmouth for about 30 years. And there's been a lot of growth in this industry. So it's been a great industry. And as of late, there's even a lot more growth happening in our industry, in our particular company. We have about 2,000 employees. We're building out another 200,000 square feet of manufacturing right now, working with a customer, Vertex, for what I understand is a cure for type 1 diabetes. So some great work going on down there. And again, our plants are growing. We're about 1 million square feet. I'm interested in this bill. The company is interested in this bill because it seems to give us more options as we look to future growth. It's a competitive environment. We want to continue to bring more development in Portsmouth. And this seems to give us more tools in the toolbox to look at our energy portfolios. Part of my job is to kind of look at our energy options and look at our development options. And many of the characteristics that seem to be part of this bill, I'm hearing the nuances of the bill, and that matters. But the spirit of the bill is what sort of drew us and Lonza to this. And particularly, I'll share that a lot of our customers that are driving our business, that are trying to evaluate which commercial developer to go with. So we essentially have drug manufacturers all over the world, all over the United States. Vertex is a U.S. company that go to commercial development to scale it up at a large scale. So we're competing with other companies around the country. And so there's lots of factors in that, on the quality of our products, how we manufacture. But there's also what we get evaluated on is our sustainability plan. So we're looking at the waste stream. We're looking at how we use water carefully. We're also looking at our energy stream as well, and what that looks like, and what that portfolio of that looks like. So as I understand this bill, this could give us the opportunity, the option as we're developing future business plans to incorporate potentially more renewable energy at a larger scale. And we want it to be equitable. I think Lonza is not trying to sort of take from New Hampshire, but we're really proud of bringing jobs to New Hampshire, bringing a strong growth industry, and we want to compete harder for New Hampshire, and we want to win that next contract so we continue to kind of grow this part of the industry in here. So just wanted to share my perspective with this, and if there's any questions from the committee.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here. Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I guess my question is pretty straightforward. Is there anything now that prevents your company from installing, I don't know, let's say 4.5 megawatts of solar in combination with energy storage? So when you consumed more than that, you would take it off of the grid and pay the regular rates. But when you produce more than you consumed, you could store it for the times when you don't produce as much as you need. And you could do that right now. Is there a barrier from preventing you from doing that?
No, sir. No, I don't think there is. But again, when we're putting together our future development and we're looking at the business economics of all of that, that might make the difference, this next bill, where there could be opportunities for some fair and equitable distribution. So I think that's the concept behind it.
Further questions? Representative Swanson.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your for being here. Having installed a system that uses solar energy and generates electricity based on it, and with a battery-based backup system, I know very well how much of an upfront investment doing so is. And what's been kind of overlooked in this cost discussion, or this discussion, is this the notion that how much it costs to do it in the first place. And unless you're going to increase your charges or cost your product back to the customer and have them pay for it, it helps in the business decision, and no doubt you're doing a cost-benefit analysis. it helps in the business decision if you can identify that, well, if you have a surplus, maybe you can, sell that back, but in the net, you are eliminating or reducing the need to import or buy electricity from the utility ultimately, but that is something that you get back over time, but you pay a lot up front. Have you done the analysis as far as weighing like the notion of if this bill were to go in, how much that would give you incentive to invest up front versus if there were no bill like this, would you still have sufficient business motivation to do this? And I think you mentioned the overall aspect of sustainability, but short answer. Thank you.
No, a great question. Haven't done the exact analysis, but it could make the difference in whatever that next future project is, where we would, again, I consider it as another tool in the toolbox to come up with energy solutions so we can compete across the lawns. I mean, lawns are looking all across the world to develop, all across the United States, and we have competitors as well that we're trying to be financially and fiscally competitive. So it could make the difference if once we did get into the numbers, depending on the development type and the growth type, that might make a difference, being able to kind of, like you said, be able to have an equitable sort of energy plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I want to thank you for driving all the way over here to speak with us. It was great to meet you and hear about what Lonza is up to. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you all.
We'll call next on Kyle King, who works at Coca-Cola Beverages Northeast. Welcome, Mr. King. Welcome to ST&E. Nice to see you.
All right, here we go. Thank you. I'm Kyle King. I'm the Sustainability Manager for Coca-Cola Beverages Northeast. We're the bottler and distributor for Coca-Cola brand products in all of New England and upstate New York. We are headquartered here in New Hampshire in Bedford. We have a large production facility in Londonderry and a number of distribution centers in the state as well, employing a couple hundred people in just New Hampshire alone. So I'm here today representing Coke Northeast in favor of this bill. Obviously, since we have a production center here, it consumes a large amount of power that is only going to increase in the coming years as we look to electrify and decarbonize our operations. We have sustainability goals. We're looking at aggressive goals for 2030 and net zero emissions by 2050. In order to do that, one of the things we're looking to do is electrify and offset that electricity with renewable energy. As such, we're keenly interested in installing rooftop solar at a facility, which could hold, a large rooftop production facility. We could install a 5-megawatt solar array on it, which is something we're very interested in doing to help us stay competitive, reduce our costs, and meet our sustainability goals. So I'll keep it short and sweet. That's pretty much all I had, but I'm happy to take any questions y'all might have.
Okay, thank you. Representative Corman has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. A 5-megawatt solar array is a really big solar array. You're talking roughly 25 acres. You have that much rooftop?
Yes, yeah, we it's a big building, so.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank you very much. And we'll call next on Sam Evans Brown from Clean Energy New Hampshire to get his perspective on this legislation. Welcome back. I suspect we'll be seeing you frequently today.
It's funny. I was actually planning on not testifying today, but I just had a few things I heard in the previous testimony that I want to respond to. So forgive me for bringing up my laptop, just a couple notes. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, Sam Evans Brown, Executive Director of Clean Energy New Hampshire. Wanted to respond to a couple of things I heard from the Department of Energy. First, the 17% issue, which I think has been sort of narrowed in on already. Many of those CNI customers actually are already eligible for net metering and would be able to do projects of a size that would satisfy their needs. Most customers in the CNI rate class in New Hampshire are not big enough to need an array bigger than 1 megawatt. So the 17% number I think is a bit misleading, and I'm glad we sort of centered in on that already. I will also flag that much of the language in this bill was in the bill when this was discussed by the Senate, and these issues that the department is raising were not discussed in the Senate. So I share the sort of process concerns here. If the DOE had these issues with the bill, we would have loved to have heard about them in advance of right now. But the most important thing that one more quick thing, the true-up mechanism that has been discussed at length is actually in statute. It's not just in the 900 rules. You can find it in 362A9 14C2 that essentially states that any production in excess of consumption has to be reimbursed essentially at wholesale rates. And that happens quite a lot at right now, and particularly the hydropower facilities in the state, because hydro is quite variable on a year-to-year basis. The hydro producers have to do a lot of management of their group sizes as rainfall varies by year, and that true-up mechanism is something that is quite well understood by both the utilities and the group host members. And again, it's in statute. It's not just in the rules, which was asserted earlier. And then the last thing is this cost shift question. So it is true that the Value Distributed Energy Resources study did not estimate the aggregate cost shift that would result from an expansion of 5 megawatt solar arrays. That is true. What the VETR study did do, however, is come up with an estimate of what is the value to the utilities, to not to the customers, but to the utilities themselves, because that was the methodology of the VETR study, of large group host community solar arrays. And you can find that if you pull up the VETR addendum, it's on page 7. What they found was that in the original modeling, which was done in 2022, trying to remember ancient history here, which at that point, folks may remember, energy rates were quite low. We were just coming out of COVID. Default service was at 6 cents in many territories. At that original level, the value to the utilities of these large group host commercial solar arrays was 12 cents a kilowatt hour. They then did an update following the invasion of Ukraine when electricity rates went through the roof, and they found that on average, the value to the utilities was 15 cents per kilowatt hour. And today, if you go into Eversource's rate sheets, you'll find that these large group host community solar arrays are being reimbursed somewhere between 6 cents and 13 cents per kilowatt hour. So the best evidence that we have is that we're actually undercompensating these arrays, and there's actually not any evidence in this study that would suggest that an expansion of the 5 megawatt arrays would result in additional cost shift. In fact, quite the contrary. It would seem that we might actually be saving our ratepayers money by building more of these. So that's what the best evidence that we have says on this issue, and I find it confusing that the department keeps asserting to the contrary. So that's the main thing I wanted to get out there. And happy to take any questions.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Sam, for coming in. So just see if I'm correct. So you're saying that the department's analysis would end up helping the utilities at the expense of the ratepayers?
No, actually, that's not what I'm saying. So the way that utility rate making works is that the utilities have a revenue requirement, and we have various decoupling mechanisms in the state that allow the utilities to also true up. If they have under collections or over collections, they adjust their rates in the subsequent rate setting rate. Exactly. However, whatever the proceeding is, and so if the utilities are compensating these generators at less than their value, the result would be rates falling for all ratepayers. So genuinely, this is sort of a win-win as far as we can tell, based on the best evidence that we have assembled to this point.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Evans-Brown, for coming in today. So my question would be, based on the evidence that you just provided, is there is there any assumptions that can be made in terms of if there were additional large facilities like this benefiting from a bill like this passing? Is there any evidence that this would create increased value, or I mean, you're saying that there isn't any evidence in what we have to look at today that says that there's going to be a cost shift in the negative, but you kind of made it sound like there might be a cost shift in the positive.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Generally speaking, there are costs and there are benefits to programs like these. And when you determine if the program is a good idea, you weigh the costs versus the benefits, and you say, are the costs greater or lesser than the benefits? And in docket 22060, I'm happy to forward this along to you. The utilities at one point were asked this question directly by the PUC. Representative Vose, you referenced the $32 million number. That was the total aggregate amount of net metering credits that were paid out in a given year, which I think was 2023. And the utilities were asked, is this not a subsidy that you're paying $32 million in net metering credits? The utility response was, yes, we're paying $32 million in net metering credits, but we estimate based on the best evidence that we have that ratepayers are seeing somewhere between $30 and $40 million in benefits, and so those $32 million in net metering credits more than pay for themselves based on the best evidence that we have. Now, Mr. Elliott did talk about how there's quite a range of locational value to distributed generation, and the lack of granular data as to where this generation is getting built and what is the value of each incremental bit of solar and batteries that we're putting on the grid is the impediment to narrowing in on exactly what is the amount of benefits that ratepayers are seeing, because we just don't have enough granular utility data to answer that question.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for your testimony. And we'll call next on DJ Burke from the Business and Industry Association. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Bose.
Welcome.
Members of the committee, thank you for having me today. My name is DJ Burke. I'm here to support SB 449 on behalf of the Business and Industry Association, the state's Chamber of Commerce and Manufacturing Association. And it's really that second portion that I'm speaking on behalf of today, the manufacturers. Based on our internal surveys, energy is the second most important business issue in the state for our business leaders. After the labor, a variety of labor issues, including housing and childcare, energy is the second most important issue. And for many of our manufacturers, it is right at the top. One of the main considerations when businesses are looking to move or expand or relocate to New Hampshire is energy costs. And we all know New Hampshire is a great state to live. It's why we're here. It's why we represent your communities. But when we're talking to businesses who are considering expanding, who are considering relocating, the conversation often goes, we'd love to move to New Hampshire if we can make the numbers work. And energy costs are a key factor in that decision. BIA has long been a proponent of an all-of-the-above approach to energy. Obviously, it is a hugely important issue for everyone, but especially for our manufacturers. And we see expanding net metering in this way as an option. It provides some flexibility for our manufacturers, and it's been something that we've supported for a long time, and we're in favor of this new proposal. One thing I'd like to point out, and I will keep my testimony short, but New Hampshire is a little bit unique in that if you compare it to other New England states, we have a much higher percentage of our economy that's tied up in manufacturing as opposed to some of our other New England states. So as compared to Massachusetts, New Hampshire has about double a percentage of the economy that's manufacturing as opposed to Massachusetts. This is a key cornerstone of our economy in the state. It's not a side project. Our manufacturers are extremely valuable. They provide a whole lot of benefit to the state. And we want to make sure that they can afford to stay here, that the numbers work so they can, when they're looking to expand, they can stay. When they're looking to move, they see New Hampshire as a viable option. I'll keep my testimony brief, but we don't see this bill as a magic bullet, but it does provide flexibility. It does provide an option for our state's large energy users, and that's why we are in support of it today. I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Well, there's been a lot of discussion today about this, but I'm trying to get to the meat of the matter here. We've made it clear by previous speakers that there's absolutely no prohibition from someone going out and installing up to 5 megawatts of, let's say, solar generation. They can combine that with a backup battery, and they could divorce themselves completely off of the grid, I guess, for most of the time. But they don't want to do that. So they want this program passed. So whenever I hear something like that, when I say, you can do it on your own with no problem, just go ahead and do it. But you say, nah, I'd rather have this bill passed. I smell subsidy. And if there's no subsidy, then why aren't people just doing it now without the bill?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think the question has sort of been answered by a couple of the other speakers today. I don't think I have a ton to add, but I think that has been somewhat covered a couple different times now.
I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you. And
Thank
we'll
you.
close up or wrap up this public hearing by hearing from Mr. Abato from Pembroke.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to keep this short since we're getting a little late. Speak to two issues. One is the concept of net metering and the issue of the batteries in this particular bill. We've had quite a bit of discussion today about the costs that might be transferred by someone who generates a kilowatt hour or a megawatt hour. In fact, I would assert that there is no added cost to the system from the addition of any kilowatt hour generated by the customer, even if it's priced or valued at the full retail price that the customer sees. No one pays more because of that. There is an issue, and that is revenue loss on the part of the utility and the generator. The generator is a competitive entity today. That's its business. We do get into an issue with our customers, with our utilities, in that we have this assumption that they are guaranteed that they would recover their investment with a reasonable return. That's not necessarily correct. They are not protected against changes in the economy, changes in technology. They have the responsibility to plan for the coming futures. In this case, the issue of distributed generation, which is not a new issue. I've been involved with this now for about 50 years, looking at distributed generation issues. What we do have is something that addresses Representative Harrington's question of, well, okay, so you've got this machine that sort of runs some of the time and some of the time it doesn't. The way I like to look at that is you've got your solar collector that's producing all kinds of power on a nice sunny day in May, and the ISO is going nuts trying to sell power to Canada and elsewhere, and is sometimes seeing negative pricing at the wholesale level, and you'd like to get 25 cents a kilowatt hour? Is that reasonable? Is that efficient? And the answer is, it is not efficient. But that is what our market structure is. That is the pricing that's there. It's not solar's problem. It's the problem of the efficiency of the price itself. It isn't efficient for any technology, any appliance, any application of it. My heat pump uses 3,000 kilowatt hours in January. I pay the same price when the prices are extremely high in the grid as everybody else does. I'm being subsidized. Person sitting by the substation isn't using very much distribution. They're paying the same price as someone 10 miles down the feeder who sees a lot of distribution cost. We chose that route many years ago with the idea of universal service. What's missing is efficient pricing. And that gets to what Representative Harrington was mentioning. When the cloud passes over the solar collector in the distributed part of the system, what happens? Well, what should happen is the price for those using power at that point that are willing to take part in a variable price would see a much higher price, including the customer who is buying the power, if they're a major piece of the system. We need to get to a more dynamic pricing structure that represents the real costs of all of the different points in the system. Something similar to what we see in the gas pipeline structure. In days of old, the center of the market was in Erath, Louisiana, Henry Hub, and everything was kind of based on that, based on the transmission cost of getting it to wherever we were. And we were at the tail end of it. When people started injecting gas into the pipe in Pennsylvania, suddenly our prices crashed. But our pipeline capacity isn't there. So what do we see when the pipeline is stressed? The prices go nuts. So a few weeks back, we had $130 gas coming into the system instead of the $3 that we'd normally expect to see because of a pipeline constraint. As customers, we should know what's going on, so those of us that can respond will respond, either with load shaping or with our own generation or our batteries. And that's the other piece that I'd like to address briefly, and that is batteries do not, restricting batteries only to PV or renewable is not appropriate. Ultimately, they will serve to help balance the system as we get more and more erratic and volatile power availability. And if I make the investment in the battery, I would like to get paid whatever it's worth at the time that I put the power in the grid, or if I buy it from the grid when it's cheaper, I should see the differences to help pay for the batteries. It doesn't even require the existence of a renewable source, because I'm going to, on that sunny day in May, if I see the real price of electricity, which will be very low, I will have a chance to help the system keep the pricing reasonable at that point, and at the same time, keep the price from rising later that afternoon. So in summary, I do support the expansion. I don't think we need to worry about what kind of reconciliation there's supposed to be, because even if I get paid the full retail credit, as a industrial might see it, that power is paid for by a customer at their retail rate, which probably is higher, and that leaves some money left over to pay the utility for whatever, to support its grid. That issue will have to come up before us at some point. How much subsidy do we want to provide to the utility, either in restricting competition or in other ways that, and how do we provide that subsidy if it's necessary? If in fact customers can generate power cheaper, delivered power, then how do we deal with that issue? We have the potential for a spiral down in price, the death spiral. And as these systems become available, we may find people actually disconnecting from the grid, which I would hope we don't force them to do, because that reduces the economic benefits of those generators that they have for the system as a whole. We need to incorporate those generators into the operation of the system to provide grid support where it's appropriate, and also provide the signals where it is not appropriate, where prices are really too low, where we could use more load. Thank you. I'd be glad to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Abato, for being here too.
I should introduce myself. My name is Penty Alto, and you can't read my writing. That's because I'm a little bit dyslexic. My apologies.
My apologies for misreading it.
Not a problem.
I should have known by now. All right. Thank you very much. That's
Thank you.
the last word on this this House bill, Senate Bill 447. So now I'm going to close that public hearing and open a public hearing on Senate Bill 538 FN, extending net metering eligibility terms for municipal projects, and call on Senator David Waters to introduce this legislation to us. Good morning, Senator. Nice to see you again.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, everybody on the committee. I'm Senator David Waters to introduce Senate Bill 538, and I'm glad to see you all too. What this bill does is it essentially is a grandfathering bill to address the few potential municipal hosts for net metering, to give them a limited 5-year period to take advantage of the 20-year period for their financing. I'll go into the details of the bill and why this is necessary to receive financing. You may have a letter from Key Bank addressing this, but I can share a few points from that. For the purpose of a bit of history as to why we are here and what led to these communities needing to have this grandfathering for the 20-year financing period, is that we did pass House Bill 315 in 2021 for group metering for municipalities. And in that bill, there was a date of a 20-year period, which at that point, from 2021 for 20 years, would have given that to 2040. There was concern around what the legislature really meant by that 20 years and the terms that were in place, and a kind of a misalignment as the years went by as to what was meant for these projects. This went to the PUC and part of a broader net metering docket. And it was proposed that as projects came online, rather than using a fixed date in time to 24 to cut them off, they'd get the 20-year term. There was a lot of disagreement over the interpretation of that, and PUC came down on its side about it. There may be a little bit of deja vu for you all, because we did try to address this last year in Senate Bill 106, which you retained, but that bill also included other issues around the 5 megawatt cap and so on and so forth. So what this bill does before you is it very narrowly addresses the need for financeable terms, essentially grandfathering those municipalities that are interested in working on projects. It's felt that if we provide these financeable terms, that there are a number of projects that would be able to come online, some under 1 megawatt, some under the 5, and would provide a kind of a stabilization for those folks seeking finance. So the essential thing is, after the findings here, is you'll see on line 19 of the bill as amended by the Senate, that date of December 31st, 2031. We heard concerns from the Department of Energy and from others about if we're going to open this period up, open a 20-year period, it really shouldn't be just forever for these folks that say you've got 5 years. If the projects come to fruition by 2031, then you can get your 20 years. And that's the kind of severe limitation of the bill, and we felt that 5-year sunsetting would address some of the objections that we had heard in the Senate. In terms of the financing thing, and I think some questions were raised about, well, is this really necessary for them to get their financing? And I believe this letter was sent to you, Chairman Vos, and members of the committee, from Ari Citrin over at Key Bank, and pointing out that if the period becomes under 20 years, it becomes very unfavorable rates for them to try to find the underwriting for these finance of these projects, in part determined because our net metering reimbursement rates are considerably lower, in fact, than most of the other states. So the people who take on this kind of financing already see that it's difficult to ensure that they can have the financing. But under the 20 years, and knowing that this agreement for at least a set rate will be in place, then as the bank says, that seems what it could work. So that's the purpose of the bill, Mr. Chairman. And I'd be glad to take any questions. And I know that Jim Monahan, who's worked a lot with these communities, and can give you the list of which communities and several of our districts might be able to take advantage of this. We passed 538. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I noticed that this bill has an FN after it. Did the Senate Finance Committee look at this bill?
Oh, I think, I'm not sure if it was waived or not. I'll look at the docket. I think there's some question in my mind. I did have a little discussion with Josh Elliott about that, in that if we are now limiting it to so few, will they really need to hire somebody? I think he'll tell you, well, maybe we do because we're pretty maxed out. But if it's one or two projects a year, it's a little hard for me to see that this will be that much of a cost. But that's
Okay, we'll
that's
ask
I'll
the-
check the docket. But I'm on finance too. I should remember, but it may have been waived.
Okay, I'll ask the department about the fiscal note. Thank you. Questions for Senator Waters? Representative McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you,
Yeah,
Senator,
good
for
morning.
being here today. So it looks like a pretty simple, straightforward bill, just extending the ability for municipalities to participate for another 5 years and giving them the 20-year window that is available now, but is going to be capped before that 20 years. So it's basically a grace period for people who have projects that they've been contemplating. And we know that towns take a really long time sometimes to pull the trigger on being able to do stuff like this. So that's really all it does, right? Is just provide an extension for those towns that are still working on getting it together so that they will be able to finance over a 20-year period.
You got it. Thank you.
Okay, additional questions? Seeing none, we'll call on the Department of Energy, Meg Stone and Josh Elliott. And welcome back. I probably will say that several times today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Again, I am Meg Stone, Legislative Liaison with the New Hampshire Department of Energy, and I'm joined today by the Director of Policy and Programs at the department, Josh Elliott. The department is neutral on this bill. As you heard from the prime sponsor, the bill revives the discussion around grandfathering that was also contemplated in the previous bill that we heard this morning. The issue was adjudicated by the PUC in DE 22060. And in their order, they shifted from a 20-year rolling eligibility to a date certain in 2040. In their order, they cited that no evidence had been produced in the docket to justify maintaining the rolling 20-year eligibility, and this was the department's position in the docket. What's being directed here is a guaranteed compensation structure in relation to default service for 20 years on or before December 31, 2031. Anytime after that would default to the 2040 date certain, shifting risk from developers to the electric ratepayers for the state. Additionally, this section of the bill would be in conflict with Senate Bill 449, which we'd previously heard that dealt with this for industrial customers only. And so if you were to pass both bills, that would need to be rectified in this section. The mechanism in the bill allows eligible customer generators to switch to a new tariff if one becomes available, allowing them to pick whatever tariff provides the most compensation with all of the risk shifted to the ratepayers of the state. Lastly, as was brought up with the fiscal note, the department does anticipate we would need at least one additional full-time employee. And just to anticipate the question, I think in the fiscal note on this, it does say as introduced, we did submit updated information. It just may have been not in time to be included on this. But it did say that it was due to the increase in applications. If the question is, do we really anticipate that many applications? Essentially, this would go to our sustainable division in the department. Over the last few years, this division has taken on a lot of increased workload from changes that have been made, including EAP LMI, municipal host net metering, changes to RPS. So that division is essentially maxed out at this point, and that is why we would anticipate the need for additional employees. And we're happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the department? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Stone. So you said that this bill would conflict with 449, but that bill is about industrial and this is about municipal. So where's the point of conflict?
It would be changing the same statute. So there was a similar bill that I think we'll be hearing, I think it's tomorrow, where if one were to pass before The other, a change could be written over what was passed in a separate bill. So if you were to pass both, they would need to be changed to include both in there.
Further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony. We have 9 more people who would like to testify on this bill, so we'll move next to John Tabor of the Portsmouth Energy Advisory Committee. Good morning, Mr. Tabor, and welcome. Please turn on the mic, please. Press the button to turn on the mic.
That's so simple. My name is John Tabor. I've been 6 years as a city councilor in Portsmouth and also chairman of our Energy Advisory Committee. I think if you were looking for a municipality for whom this bill is a perfect case, we're that. We're in the midst of a feasibility study of a 1.7 megawatt municipal solar array on our unused landfill. We think so far, and we'll have our report out Wednesday, that this could save more than $100,000 a year for our taxpayers, maybe even higher in the long term if the city uses its AAA bond rating to actually own the solar array rather than partner with a developer. All that's to be determined, but what is absolutely clear is we would have to finance this over 20 years. And the idea that in 2040 we would fall off a cliff and not have the net metering provisions that would make our pro forma work would really be difficult to overcome for our project. So, our committee also looked at what are the other similar projects around us. And just to give you an idea of how many towns and cities are doing this in the Seacoast, Somersworth has a 2.6 megawatt project that is benefiting their city $100,000 a year, roughly. This is the chart that we made for our committee. Exeter has commissioned a 1.77 megawatt project that is cash flow positive from the first day at $30,000 a year. And then when the bond is paid, because they chose the option of owning their municipal array, Exeter will benefit to the tune of $350,000 a year to offset their property taxes. And it will provide the electricity for their sewer plant. Dover is considering a 3.3 megawatt project, and the return on that is to be determined. But you can see that these projects take advantage of unused land, in our case, a landfill that's capped, and put it to work to generate clean electricity that benefits our taxpayers. And, it helps us as a city meet our climate goals. We have a climate action plan. So it does good for the climate and it does well financially at the same time. It's a double benefit. So I just can't stress enough how important it would be to have this bill pass so that we could, since we're next up among these seacoast communities, know that we have a 20-year pro forma that we can count on. If we don't have that, we can't really go to our residents, our taxpayers, and predict what the true cost is going to be. So I think this is a very smart fix and a necessary fix and for communities across the state that are looking at pieces of land that they can productively put to work. And I could also say that I do think, and maybe some of the other people testifying today, that the state benefits when there's more renewable power being locally generated. ISO New England's peak consumption has been reduced in the summertime by thousands of megawatts of solar production outside of New Hampshire, but we only have 2% penetration in the state. So we can get a lot more benefit as these municipal projects build out, reducing our summer peaks, which will happen on the sunniest and the hottest days. And this is electricity whose input cost is the sun and is zero. And I think in a time where we're seeing natural gas and oil prices go crazy due to political events, it's worth noting that the solar arrays around the state that these towns and cities have put in are quietly generating power with no disruption, no instability, no impact by politics and war. Those are perhaps some of my personal thoughts, but I'll go back to my central point, which is these projects benefit our taxpayers, help us meet our climate goals. And we need the certainty that this bill would provide. And we're exactly, when we meet Wednesday to look at the feasibility of our project and look at our pro formas that our consultant will develop for us, a key assumption is going to be the net metering payments from the utility. So if that key assumption is undone, it's going to be very difficult to see our way forward. So thanks, and I'll answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Very informative testimony. Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being with us today. So would you say that your reason for being here today is that you're looking for some consistency from the state in order to help you provide an analysis that allows you to make the investment?
Absolutely, yeah. The net metering structure that was put in place, I think years ago, and I think Cliff Below was instrumental in that, is serving the state well, and it does provide the stability, and we need that going forward.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you might have mentioned this, but I think it bears repeating. Have you made a calculation of how much this project would lower the property tax burden for your residents?
We won't know till we see the pro formas on Wednesday. And there's a number of ways that we could go at it. We could partner on the savings with our developer, and then that again emphasizes how much we need to know that the net metering rates are stable. Or we could own it entirely ourselves, which would be less benefit short-term, but dramatically larger benefit long-term, so that if we looked at on maybe a 30-year payback, it would be significantly higher.
Okay, additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you all for your time.
We'll call next on Charlie Nickerson from NHAC. Good morning, Mr. Nickerson.
Good morning, Chairman Foes and other members of the committee. My name is Charles Nickerson. I'm here representing the New Hampshire Association of Counties, and I'm the Senior Director of Finance at Rockham County. What's being passed around is a letter from the NHAC President, Kathy Stacy, and it basically states that the Association of Counties is in favor of Senate Bill 538, and we do agree, as what's already been provided as testimony, that provides political subdivisions with the long-term benefits of distributed energy resources, and the 20-year term provides or supports adequate project financing, and that the provision is limited only to projects owned by counties and municipalities. As far as Rockham County's example itself, we had a solar array that went online for June 26th of 2025. And it's a 3.25 megawatt size, but generates more than 5 megawatts. So obviously the excess gets provided to the grid at no net metering. And what it would mean for Rockham County is that since we came online at the end of our fiscal year 2025, we would actually lose 6 years. And the average or the range of that net metering that would be lost would be anywhere from 800,000 to 870,000 a year. So the impact to Rockham County itself would be $5 million of a financial benefit that would be gone. And we would have to obviously look for that somewhere else in the budget. And these, there's no magical revenue sources for counties or even for the municipalities. And obviously, we all know that costs are just going up year after year. So this would create some, a budget hole that would have to be made up as far as what the county taxpayers would be experiencing up to 2040, and then what would happen for the next 6 years afterwards. So again, the Association of Counties is very much in favor of this bill, and we hope the committee votes for it. Thank you.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Dickerson, for being here. Thank you so much for being here because you're illustrating the problem that the bill is intended to solve. Are you aware, since you're affiliated with the Associated Counties, of other places that are in the same boat in terms of being halfway there when the deadline hits?
So a specific example that a future speaker will talk to is from Merrimack County. As far as that they're not quite there, but they definitely are nearing the end of their project. And it definitely impacts, again, their budget sequencing if they're now going to, say if they come online for this next year at some point in time, they're going to lose even more than, what Rockham has for its 6 years. They'll lose at least 7 or more. So, and yes, their array might be lesser as far as the size, but still it's meaningful dollar amounts.
Additional questions, Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Could you go over again once more about I'm very familiar with the Rockham County's new building with a solar array in back. Could you go over again what we expect to get for revenue from that project and how this bill would affect that?
Well, so the net metering will reduce our net electricity costs and it'd be anywhere between $800,000 to $870,000. And I'm just talking for the last 6 years that the county would lose. So in total, that's over $5 million as far as the negative impact.
Follow up?
Thank you. And for me to question Kathy Stacy.
Further questions? Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Mine goes mostly on here where you mentioned the 20-year net metering term, and it's also mentioned throughout the bill, page 2 and page 1 and page 2 on the 20-year term. My question is, if the PUC during that term, let's say 5 years down the road, the PUC decides that they need to a new tariff is more accurate during that 20 years. Why should municipal projects be allowed to ignore these findings and stay on the obsolete rate for 20 years?
Well, again, I think part of it kind of goes to trying to get certainty of return to help finance projects, I believe.
Follow up?
Okay, follow up.
And this bill would allow a municipal generator to switch to a new tariff if it's more profitable, but they are never required to switch if the new tariff is more accurate but less lucrative. Doesn't this one-way flexibility create a heads I win, tails the ratepayer loses?
It could in theory. Again, in our case, our benefits are just being turned back to the county taxpayers. So if we do end up with a higher rate, it's benefiting the county taxpayers. We're not having to seek additional tax monies.
Okay, additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Nickerson. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Next up is Packy Campbell from Customer Generators. Is that the name of your business, Packy? I forget.
Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you.
I'm Packy Campbell, and I'm a founder of Bright Spot Solar in New Hampshire. multi-generational family business in Farmington. And over the last 5 years, my company has invested nearly $20 million in customer generation solar projects across the state. I strongly support Senate Bill 538 because it finally delivers 20-year financial certainty on the legislature's promise to municipalities in 2021. Private businesses like mine need the exact same treatment. A guaranteed 20-year return or better the full life of the investment, so we obtain the same long runway for financing that municipalities should receive. Without that certainty, these projects simply do not pencil out for lenders or investors. Long-term operation. And this is the analogy I want you to think about. This isn't a subsidy. This is the market rate for electricity. It's the default rate. It's in the statute. New Hampshire already lets competitive electric suppliers, Direct Energy, NextEra, Constella, Champion Energy, Clear Choice, all of these other suppliers compete with monopoly utilities on the supply side on the customer bill. They get guaranteed the default rate. A competitive electric supplier takes that half of the bill. Any customer in New Hampshire can say, I want to buy power from her, and that's what they pay. And it may be lower or higher than the default rate, usually lower, that's why they pick it. Does nothing with the demand side of the bill. But the utilities pay that competitive electric supplier, the customer pays the utility, they pass that money through. Competitive electric suppliers are doing the same thing. I'm competing with utilities. The Distributed Limited Electric Producers Act. 362. Limited Electrical Producers Act. We're competing with utilities and we're getting paid the default rate. It's in the statute, it's in the law. It says you get paid the default rate for the surplus solar you send to the grid. The stuff I use behind the grid is worth more money because it offsets both sides of the cost. Unlike competitive electric suppliers, we offset demand and transmission side of the customer's bill. Importantly, the customer still pays the full power bill, both the default supply and the full demand supply. So when the left side of the room gets power from me and I get paid just the supply side, 11.1133 cents. The right side of the room still pays 26 cents, the average cost of electricity. And I delivered power from here to there. The rate player in the utility saves that difference. It's 150% margin. I know how to make money. It's what I do. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm sitting here and telling you I want to make money in the Limited Electrical Procedures Act, and all I want is the market rate. That is not a subsidy. We have decided that everyone gets paid the default rate, including the utilities. I want the same guarantee that the utility has. The utilities guarantee the default rate for the life of their investment. How fast do these for-profit utilities leave New Hampshire if we say, oh, by the way, the default rate may not be how we pay you at some point in the future, it'll be less. We're going to have a PUC hearing, DE 2206 basically said, you know, we might just take you off the default rate, put you on something else. Hey, alternative net metering suppliers, you're not even grandfathered till 2040. It's worse for these municipalities. They're not grandfathered till 2040. I thought the word standard in the law meant the standard way you do it. Alternative net metering 2.0, it's been around since 2017. I thought that's what I was guaranteed when I made millions of dollars of investments. I thought my investment was guaranteed till 2040. Imagine my chagrin when I wake up and find out that the DOE or the PUC at any time through rulemaking or through a hearing could change the compensation by which I thought I was going to get paid. That's unconstitutional. The PUC considered changing that, making these investments for private guys like me a lot harder. I'm not even guaranteed the 2040. You need to amend this bill and guarantee me till 2040 to plug in, and then I prefer for the life of the investment because that's what the Constitution demands. Part 1, Article 2, persons having certain natural essential inherent rights protect property. Equal rights shall not be denied or abridged. Government needs to treat similar people, similarly situated, the same. I want you to pass this bill, but you have to treat me the same, not just as municipalities, but the same as utilities, the same as competitive electric suppliers. they get guaranteed the default rate for the life of their investment. To my good friends who say, oh, this is a subsidy, we got rid of all the subsidies in New Hampshire. We've got rid of all the subsidies at the federal level. That is over. That is done. And I agree with you. As a conservative Republican, I'm good. But what I'm not good with is giving me an unlevel playing field where I'm not getting guaranteed the same thing that the utilities are being guaranteed. I'm not getting guaranteed the same things that competitive electric suppliers are being guaranteed. I'm not getting if this bill passed, the same thing the municipalities would be guaranteed. This is a germane amendment to the bill, and I know I come before this committee and I always pick your bills apart and I always want an amendment, and I think that's a good thing in this legislative process. But we have to treat everybody the same because if you're similarly situated, it's a constitutional requirement to do that in New Hampshire and in the United States of America. By giving an alternative net metering 2.0 the guaranteed 20-year window, or even better, the full life of the investment, it will make private developers like me create jobs. This is a job creation bill. I will invest millions and get millions and millions of dollars in jobs and clean energy that will put energy where we need it behind the meter. We need the same runway, the same ability to make a quality investment, knowing what our return on our investment is. And all we're asking is that default rate, the market rate. And by the way, I don't think the DOE could change it. I don't think the PUC could change it, to be honest. It's in the statute. It says default rate. I don't think they could change it because it'd probably be unconstitutional. But don't put me in a situation where I got to go to every PUC hearing. I got to involve myself in every PUC rate case because they might decide at the end of the rate case without any initial conversation about it, they make a decision and say, oh, well, we're going to change off the default rate and call it monetary compensation. And it's going to be something much less. That is fundamentally unfair. This committee deserves, for the small businesses like mine in New Hampshire, you have an obligation to modify this bill, and you have an obligation to pay me the market rate like you pay everybody else. I strongly urge you to amend this bill. I urge you to support this bill if you don't want to amend it. This is an economic incentive job bill with clear rules and fair, equitable treatment, and I hope that you will modify it so that we can invest wholeheartedly in clean energy and give people the supply that they have. And most importantly, that we're going to give people 150%. When you pay me 11 cents over here and you get paid 26 cents over here, you're making 150% margin. This will bring costs down for everybody. This is simple contribution margin, simple business. It's not a big study like, the utility, and, I agree with, I guess, the clean energy folks a little bit, but I don't think they take it far enough. This is simple. You don't need a big study. If you pay me 11 cents and you're paying me out of the 26 cents someone paid me, there's no cost shift there, folks. You're making 16 cents. That's what you're making. And that's going to lower the cost for everybody. And I didn't get this at first. I own a car wash on the left side of the street, storage facility on the right side of the street. I make an extra 6,000 kilowatts in my mini storage facility. Doesn't use a lot. I use 6,000 kilowatts in my car wash. And I was paying 31 cents because I had a car wash with high demand charges. And they were only paying me 11. I said, wait a minute, I'm taking this power. It's going from here to there, and they're making 20 cents. That's not cost shifting. And I say that to my good friend that I used to serve with in the House from Stratford County. The good gentleman says, you need to convince me that this isn't a subsidy. I need some more convincing that this isn't cost shifting. You can't cost shift by making somebody money, by making ratepayers the money. This committee has to look at the fiscal impacts of customer-generated alternative net metering 2.0. We don't get the whole peanut. We get less than 50% of the peanut. That's all we get. And I've developed a technology that is so powerful and takes that nuclear power in the sky that God gave us, and I collect that nuclear power and I make nuclear energy with a bifacial panel and a dual axis tracker that's 2 times more efficient than any other solar that's out there. I need you to support innovative technology. I need you to support small businesses in New Hampshire, and I need you to give me the same treatment that everybody else gets. And I need you to look out for the ratepayer. The ratepayer is going to benefit if you pass this bill as I'm asking you to modify it. The ratepayer is going to get 150% contribution margin for every kilowatt I put in. The 65 large customer generators that have come online in New Hampshire, according to Gronk and the website. We're not talking about a big impact here. We're not going to crash the grid, okay? But what it does for the one I built, that's a light bulb in the field, and I was a center for doing that, I'm sending the 2.4 megawatts to the grid, but for every megawatt I send, it's used by the industrial park across the parking lot, and they're paying their 26 cents. It's not affecting the wider grid. I support limited electrical producers diversified throughout the grid because they don't have a grid impact. It's used where it's created. That's why it doesn't cost more money. It doesn't cost you. You don't need to upgrade the grid if you keep it to these limited sizes in the Limited Electrical Procedure Act. And now that you understand the true fiscal impact from a small business owner, I hope that you'll support the amendment. Thank you.
Well, thank you. You mentioned a couple of times in your testimony an amendment. What amendment are you referring to?
Well, as I've learned in the past, I can't produce an amendment in a committee hearing, so I'm hoping the chairman will author an amendment, or Mr. Harrington would author an amendment with the minority leader that would include this protection going forward to all customer generators, all limited electrical producers, those on the alternative net metering tariff known as net metering 2.0. I am asking the committee to make a committee amendment that includes that. And if you have enough votes to pass this bill, then you have enough votes to pass an amendment. And I think that, it's going to take a bipartisan effort on this committee. You are, evenly divided. So I hope that the Republican leadership will support an all of the above policy for power in New Hampshire. And I hope you'll support what I hope was finally the clear answer to Representative Harrington's question. We're not subsidizing anything. We're getting paid the market rate. That's the way we do it in New Hampshire. And to Representative Summers, the market rate changes every 6 months. It's set by the PUC. I'm going to benefit at the default rate, and I'm going to be penalized at the default rate. I'm still taking economic risk. I'm just asking to be treated as a market participant in the same way that other market participants are being treated.
One other quick question. You mentioned the peanut a couple of times.
Okay.
And you quantified the peanut as saying 11 cents over here and 26 cents over here. Does that mean the peanut includes distribution and transmission, the 26 cent part?
I'm also a realtor, Mr. Vos, and we could never say the commission we were charging a customer. We always had to say the peanut. So that's where that comes from. So there wasn't price fixing. But when I say the peanut in this context, I mean the total cost of the kilowatt hour, the distribution side, the transmission side, and then the supply side. So when you get a bill, the supply side, which is essentially the default rate, I use 1,000 kilowatts, I'm going to get a $110 a month bill because I use 1,000 kilowatts at 11 cents. You can see it on your bill. The whole peanut, which was net metering 1.0. So in net metering 1.0, the standard tariff rate, we got the whole 26 cents. We got credited on our bill for the whole kilowatt. We got 26 cents. And in that case, we had to monetize it by being a group host, or we had to have other ways to monetize it, or we billed an on-bill credit was at the full kilowatt hour. So I'd get all these kilowatts in the summertime, and then I'd get the kilowatts used up in the wintertime if I wasn't making enough. So if I overproduced it, it was a full peanut, a full kilowatt. And in net metering 2.0, the state's already accounted for that. They're basically saying we're only going to pay you the supply side, the default rate. We don't pay you for transmission and distribution. I'll make one correction. A small customer generator, less than 100 kilowatts, gets paid 25% of distribution and the transmission. It's about another penny and a half on a typical bill along with a default rate. So at 100 kilowatts or less, you're probably getting about 12.5 cents for your kilowatt hour to the grid. But the customer is still paying the 26 cents, the average rate to the utility. Utility says, thank you for the 26 cents, the whole peanut. And they pay out less than half of the peanut. People say, oh, alternative metering, they get 60-70% of the cost. No, we get less than 50% of the cost for the power that we generated locally for the private investment. We talked about the Representative Summers made an excellent point. I'm making a private investment, and I'm taking the private investment risk. It's never on the back of the ratepayers. Never. It's on me. I build that. I spend my money. It's on me. And all I'm asking to make that investment is that I get paid at the market rate, the default rate. And this bill ensures that I'll get paid at the default rate. And I'm also asking my amendment for the life of the investment. And I think that's fair because the default rate's going to go up and down. There's no guarantees to the municipalities. There's no guarantees to me. I just believe that power will go up. There'll be a war in Ukraine. There'll be a war in Iran. There'll be a shortage of electricity. I think electricity costs are going to go up. And that's my economic risk. If electricity costs go down, what I make goes down. And I'm okay with that. And I'm my own worst enemy because you know who's going to bring electric costs down? This guy. Building electricity here in New Hampshire behind the meter and lessening demand and providing more supply. Supply and demand matters. If you believe in supply and demand, then you should believe in the committee amending this bill for me at my request for the life of the asset, the default rate, alternative net metering 2.0 for municipalities and for private investors, anyone on that alternative net metering tariff, because it benefits all the ratepayers of New Hampshire economically wicked a lot. Like I can't understand that we don't understand this. This is really simple. I'm a private business guy. I wouldn't be in this business if I thought grandma was subsidizing my solar company. I'm in this business because my 5 car washes, the most expensive thing in my car wash is my electric bill. So when you drive through Representative La Rochelle's town, you see my solar trackers on all my car washes. Because my small business couldn't afford to be in business if I wasn't able to build these solar and interact them. And when I build the solar and I make a little bit, that 11 cents extra, that means I got rid of all of my demand charges and I got rid of all of that demand on the grid and I lowered the cost to the rest of the people. That's amazing. And I need to be allowed to have this bill as amendment passed so I can continue to make those investments. I got into solar because I own 8 other businesses. And I needed the solar on my car washes, on my mini storage, on my strip malls, on my assisted living facility. And yeah, I converted a gravel pit to a 1 megawatt project because I thought that's what the law was asking me to do. I didn't realize that no one was going to be happy with me for doing it.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for your testimony and call next on Nick Krakoff from the Conservation Law Foundation, who wants to speak on this bill as well as the previous bill, I believe. Good morning, Mr. Krakoff. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Chairman. Nice to see you again. I'm Nick Krakoff again with the Conservation Law Foundation. I'm here to speak mainly on SB 538, but a little bit on the previous bill, SB 449, and in support of both bills. Also handed out written comments, which are making their way around the tables. As you heard, both SB 538 and SB 449 would establish a predictable and defined 20-year eligibility period for certain classes of net metering customers. A minimum 20-year eligibility period is necessary for net metering project viability in many cases. At the PUC hearing and docket on net metering 2 years ago, there was substantial evidence introduced at the hearing demonstrating that absent a 20-year defined term, larger net metering projects may be unable to secure financing and therefore are unviable. That evidence further showed that, as we've heard today, that the net metering program is not causing cost shifts. I know I've heard some folks say that, well, that didn't look at all facts and it was only a snapshot in time. Well, all studies are a snapshot in time, but there was zero evidence in that docket that anything more than a negligible cost shift was happening, and no evidence otherwise. The existing 2040 sunset date, which is not based on a fixed time period, but is continually decreasing over time, it creates substantial fairness issues as well for those projects that interconnect at a later date because they don't get the larger time period. Additionally, which I don't think this has been talked about today at all, is that the new industrial class under SB 449 and the 20-year eligibility period, they would both have the effect of increasing energy diversity in the state in furtherance of the statutory purpose, which is in RSA 362A1. New England's overdependence on natural gas and other fossil fuels has contributed to high and volatile electric prices in the region. But according to several studies, renewable energy helps stabilize prices, and it even helps lower prices for electricity customers. With the Iran conflict now in its 6th week, I think, causing fuel prices to rise dramatically, SB 449 and SB 538, they would help increase fuel diversity in the state and reduce the state's exposure to volatile fossil fuel prices. Finally, behind-the-meter solar enhances grid reliability in the region. ISO New England reported that behind-the-meter solar reduced peak system demand by more than 2,000 megawatts on June 24th, 2025, which was the the system peak day for last year. And there was also evidence from that date that it provided real affordability benefits to ratepayers in the region. On June 24th, 2025 alone, behind-the-meter solar saved consumers across the ISO New England region at least $8.2 million just in reduced wholesale energy price costs, and potentially more than twice that if you factor in decreased capacity costs. And that's not even taking into consideration avoided transmission and distribution upgrade expenses. So there's evidence of real benefits from net metering programs across the region, which would be accelerated with both these bills. So for these reasons, I urge you to vote ought to pass on SB 538 and SB 449, and I'm happy to take any of your questions today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you being here and testifying. I know you keep a close eye on all of this stuff. And I'm wondering, because most of the projects that we're talking about are behind the meter, what do you think the cost impact is on system reliability by all that behind the meter generation?
Sure. I mean, I think if you look at our peak system day last year, which I just mentioned, June 24th, reducing peak system demand by 2,000 megawatts, that is a real reliability benefit. I mean, that's exactly what ISO New England is looking at when they're, figuring out how to maintain system reliability is what is our peak system demand on the peak system day of the year. And when you have behind the meter that's able to reduce peak system demand by 2,000 megawatts, not an insignificant amount, a large amount, considering I think peak demand was 26,000 megawatts, that is a real reliability benefit. And so I think all their forecasting shows that they're predicting that behind the meter solar is going to reduce that peak system demand and therefore contribute to reliability benefits.
So in your research on these topics, you don't think there's any cost associated with the fact that this generation comes and goes in unpredictable fashion?
I mean, I'm not going to say there's no cost, certainly, but I mean, I think if you look at the benefits versus the cost, both sides of the ledger, they either balance out or there's the benefits outweigh the costs. Another bit of evidence I can point to is that if you look at sort of the increase in ISO New England's capacity predictions, which is basically what they need to be able to have enough generation in cases when systems go offline. Capacity has not really increased very much over the past 5-10 years. If you expected behind the meter, to be the cost for you having additional generation units to essentially act as a backup for behind the meter solar, you'd expect to see a much larger increase in capacity across the region, which you just haven't seen, over the past few years.
Okay, further questions? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in, Nick. There was a suggestion that if the entire, in a previous bill, that if the entire 17% of the potential C&I customer base would take on the net metering possibilities, that would entail a proportional cost to the ISO because they'd have to build out, reliable or dispatchable energy to somehow make up for that intermittent energy. So I'd just like to know your comment on how realistic that scenario possible, because we got an answer from the department that they didn't know, they'd have to look into it, but it seems preposterous to me to suggest that that somehow it would entail an additional cost because they'd have to build additional generating capacity to make up for the intermittent stuff. So what's your opinion on that?
I mean, I don't think that's borne out by the evidence to date. I mean, on the hottest days of the summer that are sunny, you're seeing about 6,000 megawatts of behind the meter solar, and you haven't seen a commensurate increase in other generation to make up for that. And I know a lot of folks in this committee, they say, solar is intermittent, it's unreliable, et cetera. But by and large, I mean, in my almost 40 years of existence, on the hottest days, those also tend to be very, very sunny. So, and the hottest days of the summer, tends to be the peak system demand day of the year. So, on those very, very hot days, there also tend to be very, very sunny, and we're getting peak behind the meter solar production on those days, generally.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Krakoff. Just following up, though, we also have some peak days in the winter, and solar is producing quite a bit less then. And I'm just wondering what you'd say about that.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you and say solar did great on the those storms that we saw earlier in the winter. But what does do great on on cold winter days is offshore wind and onshore wind as well. On the flip side is when we have a very cold day, it tends to be very windy, and wind generation does very, very well on windy days, obviously. So you kind of have solar doing very well in the summer on the hottest days of the summer, and wind doing very, very well on the coldest days of the winter. So they kind of balance each other out with the reliability.
Follow up.
So whether or not that offshore wind would help, we're really not in a mode where we're looking at offshore wind anytime soon. So again, I'm just wondering how that balances out.
Well, I mean, onshore wind is still coming online, not necessarily in New Hampshire, but in New England and northern Maine right now. And just because certain days of the winter, solar might not be contributing much. There are many days in the winter when it is. So, I think there are benefits even on some winter days too, when there's not cloud coverage, when there's not snow on the solar panels.
Okay, we have 4 more people who want to testify on this bill, and we have another bill to get to before we can break for lunch. So, I want to thank you and call next on Rick Russman of Kingston. And Mr. Russman and the other folks who are going to follow you in testimony, because we're kind of running up against the clock, I'm going to start a 3-minute timer and ask you to consider limiting your testimony to 3 minutes. I'm not going to enforce and cut you off after 3 minutes. It's just a reminder, okay? Please press the button and turn on the mic.
Do the best I can.
Thank
you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rick Russman. I had the honor of over 25 years ago now serving as a Republican state senator here, and worked a lot with Jeb Bradley, who was in the House at that point, and I think he might have been chair of this committee, if I'm not mistaken. In 2021, Governor Seuss signed House Bill 315 and authorized the municipalities to come up with renewable energy products in the 1 to 5 megawatt range. And communities across New Hampshire have responded. The letter that I've passed out here has 55 municipalities that have signed on in support of this legislation. That's almost 25% of the communities here in New Hampshire. We have a couple of school districts. There are 2 counties here, I believe, and one other one on that letter. 5 city councils, 33 select boards, 12 energy committees, municipalities, and 9 out of 10 New Hampshire counties. This is a great bill to do something for our towns. Kingston, we have a landfill there. There's some interest in that. We'd like to make some lemonade out of the lemons we have of the potential project there. The 20 years would help a great deal. The tax burden that we are just like every other town. We just passed a tax cap in our last town meeting. And so this will give us some lease revenue if we don't, because we can't afford, unlike Portsmouth and some of the other larger communities, we can't afford to actually fund something ourselves, but we can lease the property there and we'll get some money coming in to help the taxpayers locally. It generates new property tax revenue from the energy product.
And it does provide us with, while it's not a huge amount, it provides us with some money. And in a small town, every dollar counts. For us, it's a municipal finance and economic development tool because we have people that are interested. And further, it does tend to control and stabilize energy costs. When I was a young person just starting out, obviously many years ago, probably 50 years ago now, that was at a Rotary meeting, and the speaker was a owner of a large company, and his theme was to protect the job maker. And that's what this bill does. It creates jobs in addition to trying to give the small towns some revenue and the municipalities like the Portsmouth and others some revenue. So I would certainly urge you to pass this. I think it's a good bill, and it's a bill that I think this committee can get behind and help the communities in New Hampshire. Thank you. I'll try to answer any questions if I can.
Well, thank you. And you did a great job in terms of time as well. I want to thank you for that. And questions for this gentleman?
Okay.
Well, seeing none.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for the hospitality. Appreciate it.
We'll call next on Chris Peterson from Merrimack County. And Mr. Peterson, I'd ask you to also try to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, if you can. Thank you. Please press the button.
It's red. There we go. Okay, I am Chris Peterson with Merrimack County. I work as the facilities engineer, basically energy efficiency and such like that for the county. We take care, as you know, the nursing homes, the county corrections facilities, admin, and such. The county's in support of this bill because we are in the process of bringing our 3.36 megawatt solar array online, hopefully before October of this year. When we did the initial designs and finances for that, we were counting on the RECs going to 2020, but going to 2046 improves our rate of return. It also goes ahead and saves the taxpayer money because any money that we get in offsets from that, we're planning on utilizing that as for maintenance on the array. There is planned preventative maintenance, there are inverter replacements after 15 years and such, so that any of that money realized will actually be a wash at no cost to the taxpayer. The project is funded by American Rescue Plan Act money, no impact to the tax base. The pro formas that are attached to the letter I sent you show a couple of different scenarios. They show 2040, 2046 with the RECs, and I also threw in there, for some strange reason, the RECs go away in the impact to the finances and potential impact to county budgets to go ahead and make up for that. The array offsets 52% of the utility cost of the county complex. It's 24/7. The numbers don't vary that much as we're taking care of everybody. So we are the ratepayer. The county is the ratepayer. So, and then the rest of it, it's behind the meter. We go ahead and pay the offset utility bills. Again, the county's in favor of this legislation. That's all I have to say.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony, and you did a fantastic job, time-wise as well. I appreciate that, too. So I heard you mention a couple of times RECs. This bill has no effect on renewable
It's
energy.
extending the net metering. If net metering 1.0 where it went away at 1 megawatt, this extends it to 5. And I wanted to show the financials because if it goes away or if it shortens it, it becomes a detriment revenue-wise to the county. Was my reason for pointing it out. And through the other bills that are going through legislation, it's all one big ball that really has a lot of different threads poking out of it.
I just wanted to make sure you understood that.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Any further questions? Seeing none, I will thank you and call
Thank you.
next on Jeremy Whaley of the Energy Committee of Canterbury. And Mr. Whaley, I would ask you to try to limit your comments to 3 minutes if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. Thank you for seeing me. I represent the Canterbury Energy Committee. We urge you to support this bill as it will directly impact your constituents in Canterbury. So I'm going to take 3 brief examples of that. I won't regurgitate some of the other testimony that you've already heard this morning, although you can infer that from these projects that were in support of some of those comments. On a local level, the town of Canterbury has benefited from 2 solar arrays since 2010. These are working well and have stabilized energy costs for the town. So we are looking to build on that. And so as a second local project, you may be aware that the net metering 2.0 tariff for municipal groups allows a municipality, school district, county, or other political subdivision to build a renewable energy product on one site and use some of that generated power to offset electricity bills at other public facilities. In the town of Canterbury, we're looking for locations where we can implement solar for our municipal buildings, and it's not just readily available everywhere. So we're looking for the largest amount of space, and that happens to be on one of our emergency services buildings. So that would be a great spot to do that. And according to the net metering 2.0, we would be able to then use any excess power generated there to cover costs of other municipal buildings that don't have viable space to place solar panels. So that's a second project. That one is currently in discussions, and one that would certainly be, with the uncertainty of this bill not passing, it would be difficult for that project to move forward, given that investments would not be recouped. And financing would be difficult to secure. Thirdly, there's a regional project similar to the 5 megawatt AC solar array that's currently under construction in Concord that will supply power to multiple state, school, and municipal facilities signed on as off-takers. There's a future project that's come up in the Unitil area that would actually give that same kind of power to Canterbury's municipal buildings and elementary school. And it is our understanding as a committee that that would be severely hindered, that type of future project, solar project and work, should this bill not pass. So again, I urge you to vote as ought to pass for this bill, SB 538. And we need to responsibly plan, finance, and benefit from local energy projects in Canterbury. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you. Well done. Questions? Seeing none, we'll call next on, and this will be the last word on this bill, on Charlie George from the town of Rollinsford Energy Commission. And Mr. George, I'd ask you to follow the example of your colleagues just in front of you and limit your comments to 3 minutes. And don't forget to turn on the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Rose and members of the committee.
Apparently you turned it off.
I'm sorry. I'm a volunteer in the town of Rollinsford, just like so many other small towns. I serve on the Energy Commission and the Budget Committee. I urge you to support this bill because of its importance to small communities like Rollinsford. We have very little industry in town and depend on property taxes to support our government. Having a solar project, as we do in the works, gives us hope that we'll be able to generate some recurring revenue to help offset ever-increasing government expenses. Also, we feel having our own solar field will guarantee residents of Rollinsford a benefit from the standpoint of energy supply costs that are ever increasing and upcoming to be even more. This project that we're undertaking is in the feasibility study that is required by Eversource and has been in the works for over 2 years. It's soon to come to an end. We feel very confident that the project will be able to go forward. It's a 5 megawatt array that has been proposed, and it's on underutilized property in town. We did a survey of underutilized property in an effort to try to find a good site that would get potential approval. And we're in the home stretch, but having the ceiling that we currently have for net metering puts a cloud over the project. We need to have another 20 years. The estimated life of this project is 30 years. We need to see that the state will provide a means for these investors to be able to get their return. We have a developer as a builder of this. We could not afford, like so many other small communities, the cost of building an array and managing an array. But having the lease payments and, I'm sorry, I'll cut it off, the lease payments and the taxes that this will generate, along with economic stability of a fixed rate over the long term, is a benefit we can't afford to be without. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much, committee members, for allowing one of the small communities in the state to speak up on this.
Absolutely. We're glad to have you here. And it looks like there are no questions, so thank you very much. We appreciate you making the trek up here to talk to us. So I'm going to close the public hearing then on House Bill or Senate Bill 538, and we'll open a public hearing on Senate Bill 560, modernizing the New Hampshire coordinate system. Now, the sponsor of this bill is Senator Ricciardi, but she could not be here this morning, nor could any member of her staff. So I have asked Representative Tom Corman to introduce this bill. He knows very little about it and is hoping not to answer any questions, but we're told that there are people who will testify who do know something about it, although I only have one pink card at the moment, so, oh, all right, looks like I got a bunch more. So I guess we're all set. So Tom Corman, please introduce Senate Bill 560, and then we'll turn it over to the experts to tell us what it's all about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom Corman. I represent Grafton 15, which is Ward 3 of the micropolitan city of Lebanon. I don't know if you want to do that. I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 560, an act modernizing the New Hampshire coordinate system. The bill modernizes and clarifies the framework governing New Hampshire's coordinate systems used in land surveying and mapping by formally adopting the most recent coordinate system released by the National Geodetic Survey, updating terminology and establishing usage restrictions. And it does add something called the New Hampshire State Plane Coordinate System. And with that, I'd be very happy to not answer any questions.
And thank you very much for introducing the bill. We'll now call on the New Hampshire Department of Transportation, Eric Sargent, and Jason Popopek.
Thank you.
And I'm sure they'll explain what this is all about. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. I understand this bill went to the Transportation Committee in the Senate, and some people were surprised that it came to this committee instead of the Transportation Committee in the House. But here it is, so tell us what it's all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Eric Sargent. I'm the administrator for the Bureau of Right-of-Way with the Department of Transportation. The department is here to support this bill as it brings in to the modern standards that are being developed and will assist with any potential, if any, federal requirements as well. I have brought Jason Pahopek here with me today, who is the chief of our survey and mapping. And we are here more or less just to ask any questions that the committee may have as it may pertain to the Department of Transportation.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if we're going to switch to a new coordinate system, what does that do to all the former markers and everything else that's been based on the previous system or the one that gets removed?
Sure. I'd be happy to try to answer that question. What it does to them essentially does not change their position on the earth. What it does is they'll have to be translated into the new coordinate system. So there will be a transformation from some of the older system, which is the NGVD 88 and the NAD 83 coordinate systems. There will be a translation calculator to be able to transform those into the new system.
Follow up?
And the estimated time and cost to do that?
We do that on a regular basis as it is now. So we transform coordinates on a regular basis. So from the department's perspective, there's no additional work, no additional hardware, and no additional software that's needed to do this.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking the question. So then, you would say this bill is basically, in a sense, a housekeeping bill in terms of getting with the new terminologies?
Yes, I would agree with that. I mean, it's basically aligning the coordinate system with what the federal government and NGS puts forward as their most current system. So yes, I would say it's a housekeeping bill.
Follow up?
I'm a little bit naive on this subject. This would have no effect on any highway markers, right?
So, no, essentially the highway markers never move, okay? But the new coordinate system that they will be associated with will be updated.
Elaborate on that.
Does that, on the ground, nothing moves, but for the coordinate system will change.
And nothing on the wording will change on the signs?
No, nothing on the wording will change.
All right.
Representative Sanborn Duchenier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, gentlemen. Is this similar, this New Hampshire State plane coordinate system that's being proposed, is this similar to the air code system that's actually used over in Ireland and the British Isles where every address has its own code?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Will this change in the coordinate system impose any training costs on survey companies and engineering companies that do surveys?
No, I don't believe so. They're all familiar with translating data presently, so it'll be the same action. It'll just be a new selection within the software itself.
Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. To follow up on the Vice Chairman Thomas's question earlier, would this have any effect with the GPS system?
In the collection process, you will have to identify what datum you're on. You will not need a new GPS piece of hardware to collect on this new system.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Twofold. Are other states doing this? And the second part of the question would be, what is it going to accomplish by making the change? I mean, I assume something's going to get better or more accurate, or could you just explain that briefly?
Sure. Thank you for your question. Yes, from a technical perspective, it will be more accurate. Now, the current system is based on a terrestrial survey, which is a survey along the surface of the Earth, and The state plane coordinate is an average of the elevations that go along of the state of New Hampshire. This new system will, and also the current system relies on benchmarks or marks in the ground for us to locate and to translate onto. A lot of those marks were created in the 60s and 70s, and we have lost a lot of those marks through highway improvements and for other reasons. So this new system will allow you to collect and determine your position from the satellites individually or collectively, excuse me, and it will also based the origin on the center of the Earth, which creates a more accurate mathematical solution.
Follow-up?
Yes.
Follow-up?
The states, are the other states doing this as well? Is this going to be universal in the United States eventually? Or?
Yes, it will be. Yes.
Thank you.
Representative McGee.
Thank you. I think you kind of stole my question, but so my question was basically what it sounds like to me is that you are looking to adopt a standard that's not only a federally adopted standard, but also one that's going to be a protocol that everybody applies eventually. So we're just trying to get on board with that.
Yes, that's true and accurate.
Thanks.
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So reading on some of this, this responds to NIST adopting the standard. I haven't heard a mention of the standard definition of the foot, which is, in comparison to meters, which is prominent in this bill. And as far as that standard that was adopted in 2022, I understand you're trying to keep up with the change in standards, and there's this new thing called the NHSPS standard NHSPCS standard that we're going to now follow, and all states are following suit to that. I did read that there was a change of it's 0.01 feet per mile impact as a result of adopting this new standard definition of the foot. This is going to be an international standard definition of what we call a foot, but it's going to change by 0.01 feet per mile. And so I guess over 100 miles, there would be a 1 foot error. Does that change anything? As far as I understand, it'll take time to adopt. Certainly the earth isn't going to move or shake in the meantime. And, but is there any other impacts as far as this, essentially, in 100 miles, it'd be a 1 foot difference?
All right. Well, thank you for your question. Interesting. So the New Hampshire State Plane Coordinate System, the NHPSPS, whatever that acronym is, but the new language adopts the international foot as opposed to the U.S. survey foot that was most commonly used in the surveying community. And again, all that is a selection and identification of what the data is within the software to make that adjustment. So there is a difference between the international and U.S. survey foot that will be adopted, but they all relate back to the meter, which is the lat long solution for geodetic surveying.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. Really quick, so above everything else, will this require any additional work, adjustment, or training for our town planners or our county register of deeds in terms of when we get plot markings on our land and things like that?
None that I foresee.
Okay.
Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, just thought of it. This may not affect, it might be more effective or cause an effect of larger states, but for New Hampshire, for state lines that are based on mile markers or miles, distance, length, and time, not the river base, but the other borders, will it have any effect on land borders or land owned and operated?
Again, no boundaries will change as a result of this adoption of this new coordinate system. They will remain the same. the coordinates associated with those points will change, but that does not change the physical location of any monuments.
Representative Swanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again. One more question relative to, the institution was, of the changes were in 2022. So, but this bill is in effect when it's signed. Is there anything prohibiting you applying the different standard for a foot now?
No, there's nothing except for common practice. Common practice in the past has been U.S. survey foot. We have the ability to utilize the international foot now, but it's not a requirement, and most of the times tying into older projects require you to tie into the original datum, which is primarily on the U.S. survey foot.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative McGee?
Thanks. My thought, just for clarification, was that perhaps because the survey system that is based on the satellites is also on that international standard, so we would be out of sync if we were not moving. Is that accurate? Because, I mean, we're all going to be using the satellites, right?
Yes, I guess I don't fully understand your question, but what we're doing is aligning with what the federal government designates as the most current system. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank the two. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank the two of you for being here to testify. And I'll call next on Craig Bailey and Steve Ferguson, who both represent the NHLSA and support the bill. So welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. My name is Craig Bailey, representing
Please turn on the mic.
Again, my name is Craig Bailey, representing New Hampshire Land Surveyors Association, and this is Steve Ferguson.
Yes, my name's Steve Ferguson, and I primarily wrote most of the content of the bill. And simply put, the state of New Hampshire has an RSA that states what the state plane coordinate system is and how we use them. The National Geodetic Survey is updating that, and they're calling it 2022 modernization. And when they modernize that, they'll be creating a different datum system that doesn't align with what we're using in the state of New Hampshire. So they're going to have the latest and greatest, let's say. So what the bill is proposing is that we keep up with what the latest and greatest technologies and data systems are going to be used, and so that we don't have to do it each time they change the data system, like we've had to do from data system of 27 to 83. We've had to come back a few times to change the RSA. So this RSA will follow the NGS's lead in what they have determined as the basis of coordinates.
Okay, questions could you repeat again the name of your organization?
New Hampshire Land Surveyors Association.
Land Surveyors Association. Okay, thank you. Questions for the gentleman from the Land Surveyors? Representative Mattson.
Yeah, just real quick. Right now, addresses have a latitude, longitude address. Is that going to change at all?
This has nothing to do with any of that.
Okay.
What this is primarily going to do is, with the use of satellites, we're able to measure more precisely and accurately than they did in the past. Not only does the Earth rotate, but it moves. And the satellites are locating points on the Earth based on the center of the Earth itself. We're now, prior to the satellites and with the use of satellites, the early use of satellites, it's tied to the tectonic plates. So basically it's tied into where the monuments are on the ground now. So it's landmass based as opposed to Earth based. And with the satellites going around the Earth, it has to look at the Earth specifically. So we can't ignore that the Earth actually not only rotates, but it moves a little bit, so it has a velocity. So now they're in prior to this, with an old transit or a compass, you can't see that happening. Now we can more easily find that information, so now we can't ignore it.
From a private practice standpoint, municipalities and also the state, as far as the math goes, it's transparent to the end user. And it's certainly transparent to the property owner. What in effect we're doing is we're just changing the ruler we're measuring that same piece of land with. The land doesn't change, notwithstanding the fact that the tectonic plates are, of course, moving, so there is a velocity factor involved now. But we're just changing the tape measure that we're using. And the difference between the US survey foot and the international foot is 2 parts per million. This is insignificant. We can see it on 10-mile projects, but your normal homeowner, 5-acre parcel, 10-acre parcel, it's insignificant. Our laws are set up so that the bounds control anyways. So it's that pipe to that bound. If it's 1,000 feet or 1,000.02 feet, it's still the pipe to the bound. So again, the private landowner, municipalities, this has no effect on land ownership whatsoever.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you actually for answering the question I'm going to ask you, but just to be sure, so what you just said means from a legal perspective, there can be no dispute with if your land was recently surveyed with a geodetic mark right there, this will not cause any legal problems.
That's correct. It cannot, based on our legal standards.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So since this is now moving us to a satellite-based tape measure, if you will, if the satellites go away for some reason, do you have the ability to go back to pulling your chains from point to point or whatever you do?
Yes. So the National Geodetic Survey does have a system of brass installed for the previous system of coordinates. They are not maintaining those brass monuments due to political wins and funding. And so the answer is, from a federal standpoint, no. There is no really way to identify your coordinate system other than with the constellation above. We are utilizing both all American systems, the Russians, the Chinese, and also the European. So we have a constellation of over 50 units in the sky at any one given time. So it is sky-based. The past 50 years, what has happened is we have re-identified the center of the Earth. It's moved about 2 meters since 1973. And so now if you were to fit a Rubik's Cube over the planet, that Rubik's Cube has shifted just ever so slightly. And we have an X, Y, and a Z. Those coordinates are what the satellites are producing. And then we convert that to lat long. And then finally, we take that screen door effect. We take a screen door and place it over the state of New Hampshire. And that grid system is the New Hampshire State Plane Grid System, the NHS-SCPCS. So it's a 3-way mathematical transformation. And again, we're just changing the ruler because that Rubik's Cube has shifted ever so slightly.
Thank you.
And each state, it is being done nationwide. That's why NGS is doing it. Each state has their own coordinate system, state plane coordinate system. Some have multiple. Yeah. We're lucky that we have just one. I'm lucky that we have just one.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, gentlemen, for being here to explain this to us. It sounds pretty straightforward. And having no more pink cards, I will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 560 and declare that this committee will now pause for a lunch break. We will return here at 1 p.m. to hear Senate Bill 540 FN relative to portable solar generation devices. So we will see you then. Enjoy your lunch. Okay, everyone, time to resume our activity for the day. And we are now going to open a public hearing on Senate Bill 540 FN relative to portable solar generation devices. And I am going to ask the bill's primary sponsor, Senator Waters, to introduce this bill to us. Good
Thank you,
morning,
Mr.
or good
Chairman.
afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon. Senator David Waters, District 4, to introduce Senate Bill 540 relative to portable solar generation devices. And Mr. Chairman, I've passed around an amendment that I would speak to. It's quite similar to the original version, but there have been some important changes that I think it'd be good for me to review. And I know the wisdom of this committee is going to work on this bill and see what kind of changes that you think are necessary. But we worked this pretty thoroughly in the Senate, and I do want to thank the folks from the utilities, the folks particularly from the Code Review Board, and Clean Energy New Hampshire, and some of the industry partners too, like Craftstrom and others who actually make these devices, and able to give us some good advice on it. And I think we all know that the portable solar devices have become increasingly popular, with Utah passing last year the first bill that authorized these devices to be used under certain conditions and not be subject to net metering and other kinds of regulation. And it really is meant that people who might not be covered by community solar or might not own a house or be able to afford having rooftop solar, that they can have some opportunity to generate power and to save some money.
Could I just interrupt real quickly? Does everybody have a copy of the amendment that Senator Waters referred to?
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
And I did have an opportunity last week to talk with the sponsor of the Utah bill to see how things are going out there, because they were the first in the country, and some other states like Oklahoma has done a lot of work, and they have a bill coming forward. And also to talk to some people from the industry last week about where they are and how they see this rolling out. I think in some ways every state is very different on this, and we'll look at different standards and different issues and different ways in which they regulate distributed energy resources. And I also think that we have the advantage in New Hampshire in that a number of other states have wrestled with this. Last week, I think Maine's bill was signed into law, very similar to what we're looking at. New York, Colorado, there's about, I think, 24 or 27 states that are, after the Utah bill, have one model or version of it or another. So there's a lot of momentum around this. And I think also there's a real sense that we do need to get it right and to make sure that we have the appropriate safety protections and that we have the appropriate ways of providing consumers with information and make sure that we have safety standards in place as well. So we have the advantage of seeing what some other states have done. I think it's also timely because, people are buying these things. They're going online, they're buying them, they're plugging in. And I think it's important for us to be able to provide some guidance for that process. Everybody looks to Germany, where they have done so many, and the folks from Germany whom I spoke with said that, yeah, we have 1 million of these that have been registered, but there are actually 4 million in use because there's 3 million that people just haven't bothered to register. The important thing about that information is that they've had no problems whatsoever with the grid and in terms of that load coming in. We had a lot of conversations with Eversource to make sure that they had a process of knowing how many of these out there. So if there ever were an issue about how much energy is coming out of these things, if there would begin to be a lot of them. So if I may, Mr. Chairman, let me walk through what we did and why we did it this way in the Senate. So we do have some definitions here. I think particularly the most important one is on starting line 14, that and continuing about the export capacity is listed as national standards designed to be connected to a building's electrical system through a standard 120 volt branch circuit. That it meets the definition of a plug-in solar device is not to exceed a certain number of to the 1,200 watts AC is listed to safety standards. And then on the second page that this is not categorized as under net metering. Now, one thing that we wrestled with quite a bit is what safety standards to use. There are a couple of existing UL standards, but there's now a draft process for UL 3700, which would be much more comprehensive, and the technology is changing constantly as well. The good news about the UL 3700 process is that they are trying to move along pretty quickly. Craftstrom, whom I talked with some of their executives, and they are going to be included in the group that puts that together. So we'll have some good industry voices in there with a lot of experience. So what we thought that we would do is instead of trying to put in statute a particular standard, to put this over to the Code Review Board. I mean, they wanted to take this on. What they would do is, as 3700 is developed, they will then develop fairly promptly the governing authority and rules over the safety standards that are going to be derived from UL 3700. So that was a way of our not kind of putting in statute a set of UL standards that might quickly be stale, but to say that the Code Review Board, it actually is the right place, as they asserted, to look over this. The other thing that we tried to deal with here is to make sure that at the bottom of page 2 on the amended version, that there is a liability exemption for the electric distribution utilities, and that the Department of Energy, would develop certain, mention the standards there. And then importantly, we wrestled a lot with the issue around the fact that if you generate more electricity than you use one of these, you're going to end up getting charged by the utility for the amount that you end up putting into the grid, which, people may not understand that. So that's why what we thought is that the Department of Energy agreed is that they would establish a website, which would be the FAQs, the frequently asked questions, the safety standards, but also that particular issue is that, by the way, if you generate more than you use, you might find yourself with a transmission charge coming from the utility. I didn't speak with Michael Okada. He thinks that maybe you would want to specify that particular thing in terms of what should appear on the Department of Energy's website. You'll note here the contingency, and that's to give time to the Code Review Board. I do want to go back onto the second page of the amended version. You'll see down at the bottom of there is that there had been in the original version a section 3, which was the process whereby there'd be a voluntary process for the person who has one of these to inform the utility that they have one. And so the utility would know how many are out there and who's had them. And I just got this amended this late this morning, and that got omitted inadvertently. So that certainly needs to be restored, that we have a process whereby the utility can be told by folks who have one of these that, yeah, I've got one. So, Mr. Chairman, yes, of course, there's a lot of moving parts here. I do think that, as I start out by saying, people are plugging these in all around the state. I think there's a great expectation, since this provides a certain amount of freedom that we value in the state for people to produce their own electricity and immediately reduce their costs potentially, that I hope we can get a bill out this year, because if they're going to do it anyways, and I just think it's important for us to step up and be able to say we've looked at this and we have a way to do it that's right for New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Waters, for introducing this bill. And I think it's an important subject to address, since people can already buy these things today. And in fact, if you plug a 12 kilowatt balcony solar system into your house and overload the circuits and burn your house down, you might subject yourself to insurance liability because backfeeding into a existing circuit is not an approved interconnection strategy here in the U.S. You had mentioned earlier that in Germany, they'd been using these for quite some time, successfully, with no problems to their grid. But in Germany and European homes in general, they use ring circuits with heavier gauge wiring and higher voltage, 230 volts, which gives more thermal margin and lower current for the same power for the circuitry in the house. So that's a much different kind of system than what we typically have here in the U.S.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to respond to that is that, when we had a lot of discussion around the safety issues and what size, I know in Germany they are selling 1,400 kilowatt units, and that's kind of what is, well, they have up to 1,600 over there. And the typical use for an apartment over there is about 1,400. And it is different. And I think that here what we are envisioning is that that's exactly what the Code Review Board will decide. Rather than saying if it's over 400, you've got to have a dedicated circuit, which I thought about some of that language in earlier drafts, had some of those things. And I thought that, but the technology is going to be changing all the time. So I think that that's why, for us, since the Code Review Board feels that this is under their purview and wants to do it, that I would expect that they would come up with just what you're kind of suggesting, that there will be a moment there. Another safety-related issue is that we heard in the Senate hearing that some people believe that these things could remain powered for up to 2 seconds after they were unplugged, and could people get shocked or whatever. And the actual devices, it's a matter of just milliseconds. So that, we talked, some electricians came in and some other public, and they're concerned about it. And I think we got that pretty thoroughly addressed, that is not, really a safety concern, but the issue about, what size device before you go to the dedicated circuit, that's important. And the Code Review Board wants to take that on.
So is that part of the update to UL 3700 that you discussed?
It's,
Okay.
yeah.
Will there be somebody who will testify about the UL 3700 standard?
I'm not sure, but
Okay.
I can, as I said, I have had conversation with folks in the industry about where that process is, and what there is a draft of it that they are using out for their panel discussion. So I think there's something out there, but I'm not sure whether that's been publicly released.
I'm sure we can
Yeah.
get some other folks to address that question. Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to piggyback off the same issue. It's a safety concern.
Yeah.
This presumes that one's going to buy only one of these and plug them in. But could you buy 3 of them and plug them in and really blow your house up? Is there any limit besides the fact that excess power produced you're going to have to pay for, assuming you know that? That safety issue, I think, also needs to be addressed.
Thank you for that question. And, I think that what we are trying to get at here, and I think if, you think there's some clarification that's needed to give direction to the Code Review Board, certainly. I think that there's some pieces in what's here, like on line 24, 25, on the first page, designed to be connected to a building's electrical system through a standard 120 volt, and a little bit further down, the definition here and is listed to nationally recognized safety standards. And I think that that's the way we are trying to get at that issue that you raised about multiple devices, and that, the Code Review Board, and, we had some talk with some of the electricians and the other folks about what is a kind of likely to be a standard thing if you plug more of one of these in, and so forth. So again, I think that because these are complicated, the technology is changing, that's what we're entrusting to the Code Review Board. But if you think there needs to be some clarifications there, certainly.
Follow-up.
So I can see that that could be addressed readily for single-family homes, but an apartment complex, an owner who's got one of, it's got a 6-unit apartment complex, you may want to, put multiple ones in, and if the circuits aren't, amenable to that, you're going to have to accommodate that option as well.
Yeah, thanks for that question. And, I looked into, there are some states, and we have in some state statute and in municipal codes demanded by state statute about whether or not local zoning regulations could prohibit rooftop solar, and they can't, and so on and so forth. And I thought about that, but I don't think that we should intervene in homeowners associations or in apartment ownerships, and so that the bill is silent on it, because if a apartment complex owner does not want these, they can say that.
Yeah.
And if it's because of that concern or other kinds of concerns, then I think it's good to be silent on it, because we don't want to interfere in the property owner's rights.
Thank you.
Representative Partial has a question.
Thank you, Chair Rose, and thank you for introducing this bill. I'm looking on page 2, line 33.
Yep.
Each plug-in solar generator device shall be installed and operated in accordance with the state building code and manufacturer instructions. That would seem to be solving a lot of the questions around this right there. But I have a further question on this, and that is now the 2023 NEC standards, they may be amended by local ordinance. They can't be weakened by a local ordinance, but they can be made stronger. Would you defer to a local ordinance in a case like that, or would you still follow the state standard?
I mean, me personally?
Well, I'm speaking of,
sorry.
how do you feel the bill should address itself in that case? Yeah, but that's but both if you want.
Thank you for your question. I have some confidence that as these people become more familiar with these things, that the local folks in the states can find ways to make what's appropriate for a given community. I will say, in terms of what you mentioned on the bottom of page 2, lines 33, 34, please look over to page 3, section 7, the contingency section, because this to me is really key. That here it says that these things take effect as to the codes and the standards when the commission of the DOE can certify that the nationally recognized standard exists authorizing these to be safely connected to a building's electrical system. So you see how it's kind of structured to say that we're going to let the code review, the code folks deal with it, make sure things are safe, and then when that is certified, because that might take some months, and the UL 3700, I mean, they're thinking maybe by the end of the fall. And they're really working hard. I mean, and that also the code said we're going to get right on it, but we don't want to jump the gun. We want them to be say we've got it, we've got the standards, it's clear, this is how we keep people safe, this is how it can work. And it also, it's going to take a little time for the DOE to set up its website too. So that section 7 is meant to be the contingency that'll be important in terms of addressing, Representative, what you raise and others have.
Representative La Rochelle.
Mr. Chair, maybe I'm oversimplifying this, but it seems to me that if I were to plug this into a regular outlet and I produce excess current, the breaker would trip.
Thank you. That's what one would hope, but I think we also would want to make sure that in a given apartment or condo, that that the circuitry, it may not be that new, it may be kind of old, and who knows what else in that apartment is on it. So I think that would be what one would imagine, but let's not leave it to the imagination.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
That's the regular safety for a fuse or breaker for excess current setting a house on fire. All right, thank you.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Waters. I noticed on page 2, line 7, one of the plug-in solar device exemption requirements section, part 1 says, a maximum of 1 plug-in solar generation device shall be allowed per metered customer. So there is a definition here that you wouldn't be wanting more than one being used, but I wonder, it doesn't contemplate any type of mechanism for policing that, because I think one of the advantages that was cited by the folks out in Utah was that the utilities really didn't have to do anything, which was why it was easy to adopt this sort of demand side, help to the system, if you will, of lowering demand.
Thank you, Representative, and I had just not pointed to that, and so my answer to Representative Bernardi, I think, it's in there, and I appreciate that. And just let me say another word about the utility notification. I mean, gosh, I'm the last person to want to overregulate anything, and it just gets so complicated so fast. I really do believe in freedom, and that, people want to save some money and they can go out and buy something. I want to be able to do it safely. And so the issue about how much we should force the utility, because that will cost, because they'll put those costs out to all users, and I don't like that. So we tried to make this as voluntary as possible. That's why it's a voluntary and informational registry and other things as well. So, I think that right there, though, that you pointed to on line 7, this is meant to arm the individual apartment complex owner or condo association who are there and might know. And I think also that this is the kind of thing to be reiterated in the how-to section of what the Department of Energy does to make sure that people know, be safe. You can do one. Yeah, thank you.
Follow up?
Since everyone is chomping at the bit to talk to you, I just want to get another question in and the other part of what I was saying is that my understanding is that in the implementation in Utah, that one of the advantages that they cited, the legislature was excited about the fact that this was something that they could do which did not require the utilities to have to do anything, right? They didn't have to change anything, build anything, bill anything. There's no net metering, right? So there's no complicated math. It's just plug and play, right?
Yeah, and thanks. And again, as I said, when I talked to the Utah sponsor of the bill out there, he said, it's just working great. We have not had problems. I will say about that bill, though, if you've looked at the original bill, this is just one piece of it. That bill makes it, you could also almost have your own nuclear device if you want to. It is really wide ranging what you can do out there under that bill. And I don't think we're going there, but Borber Solar looks good.
Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I just looking at this, I think he's obviously talking a lot about safety. And, it says it's a maximum 1,200 watts, which is going to be 10 amps. And most circuits are at least 15 amps. Some of them are a little higher than that. So the only danger would come about is if you could buy one that's bigger than 1,200 watts, or you decided to put multiple units onto a single circuit. And I realize there's a circuit breaker there or a fuse that should trip, but we're not that many years away from people going down into their basement, and when the fuse blow, they put a penny in.
I remember.
Yeah, well, that way they never would trip the circuit. So, what I'm hearing though is these have been used quite a few places and they haven't been safety issues. So, are they sold larger than this, or is this some kind of an industry standard that 1,200 megawatts would max you out at 10 amps?
Well, thanks for the question. As the chairman has pointed out, things are different in terms of their wire homes in Germany, so they do have
the 240 volts.
Larger units out there. But I think that it's good to be on the cautious side. I think that the 400 seems to be...
Do they make it bigger? Could I go out and buy one that's like 3,000 watts rather than 1,200, or is this where they stop making them?
I haven't heard. I'm trying to think if somebody's told me about they've bought a larger one they put in outside their house. But it's changing all the time. You can go and look at what Craftstrohm is doing, because they're one of the biggest international manufacturers. You can look at, you can even go to Home Depot and see what they have.
Right, yeah, they have them, yeah.
And, so there's a lot of different sizes out there, but I really think that the up to 400 is kind of the sweet spot here. It's not too huge, because what are you gonna, if you have an apartment and something, how big of a, how large of a panel can you really do? And if you have it over your deck or something and you have a plug out there, maybe you want a dedicated plug out there. Right?
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Actually, I feel like I'm late to the party here, so if you would indulge me, I wish I had been able to ask this way up front. What are we talking about here? Are we talking about a solar device that is meant to be used like a gas or propane power generator when the power goes out, or to hook it up permanently to the house for if the power goes out? Or are we talking about a device that we can just take with us in a car and set up somewhere in some old cabin and make our own power? I'm confused what we're talking about here.
Thanks for
Could
your
you
question.
elaborate? Because I've got this picture that I can't formulate here.
Thanks for your question. And, there's a variety of devices. Basically what this is, in terms of what the portable solar or porch solar, whatever they're going to call it, is this is, imagine something you get, you put it in a place that is available to the sun, you plug it in, and more or less forget about it. And what it's doing is it is generating some power that is offsetting or being used as the power that you might be doing to run your apartment. And so it might just cover a considerable amount of your energy use over a month. It might get close to what you might use. It might even be that it produces more. And if that's the case, you're going to get a little charge, because you are putting out, you're producing more than you're bringing in to use for your place. So there are some that you can buy that are combined with a battery, so that in terms of your second part of the question about, is this for emergency things? Well, if you had a little battery set up with it, which you can buy, then if the power goes out, yes, you'd have the battery there, and it would run your house for a while. They do sell very similar ones too that you can take with you when you go camping. Or if you're going out somewhere and you want to have a little power supply, you can unfold it on the grass or whatever, and you might have a little battery as well, so you can run your camp or your campsite or other uses as well. But the main thing that these are talking about is less of that than you get one for your apartment, you plug it in, and it's going to save you some money. And these things, some of them maybe $2,000, say there's some that they're getting cheaper all the time. So it might be over a few years, but within a few years, you would have paid off the device with your savings. And then from then on, you're generating electricity that is, you're saving some money. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have another question. National Electric Code 690 covers solar photovoltaic systems. And there's a part of this code is 120% rule, which says that, which limits how much generation can be connected to a panel bus. Will plug-in solar like this bypass that calculation? And is there any way to verify whether or not that has happened?
Thanks for the question. I think that's more for maybe some of the folks back here who have a little more expertise on it. But I will mention, Mr. Chairman, that when I first started drafting this bill last summer, I had listed that UL, then another UL, and then another specified international standard. So I did start with the approach of what are these existing ones, so that we at least have something. And the more I looked into it, and with then 3,700 being announced late in the summer, that process, this is why I refrained, because I was given quite a bit of assurance that UL 3,700 would incorporate the existing ones and also take into account the new technologies and safety features that a lot of these devices, I mean, they already are complying. You know, you look on the label, they're complying with some of the existing ones. And they're probably ahead of those as well. So that's why we thought it was best to put this to the code board and let them give us something that reflects all the existing plus what's new in 3700.
Okay, we have about 10 people who want to testify on this bill, so.
Was there
I'm sure
another
there's
question over here?
A lot of good
Mr. Chair?
information to
That's
come.
all right. Okay.
You'll waive, okay. Okay, Representative Marshall, go ahead.
Thank you. I can go on Amazon right now, I realize, and buy one of these units.
Yep.
What's to prevent me from just plugging it in without any regulations whatsoever?
You know, absolutely nothing. And I think that's why we need a bill.
That's answers the question, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative La Rochelle?
Sorry.
Mr. Chair, Senator from Waters. I was thrown off track when you said 1,400 kilowatts. Okay,
Yeah, I'm
that is a
sorry.
huge amount of energy. We're
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about.
I'm
All right,
just,
sorry, I'm sitting there.
I misspoke, yeah.
We're talking 1,400 watts.
Yeah,
About
sorry.
what a
Kilowatt does- boom.
Well, to put it in perspective, we're talking about a coffee pot.
Yeah.
The amount of energy a coffee pot would use. And again, I think household, I mean, we're talking 16 gauge wire would probably handle the current.
Yeah.
So we're talking really a very small amount of power here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I realized that not long after it left my lips, boy, was kilowatt, no. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Senator Waters, for introducing this legislation. We got a lot of folks to hear from. We'll start with Meg Stone from the Department of Energy. Welcome back, Ms. Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Happy to be back. My name is Meg Stone, Legislative Liaison with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is neutral on this bill, so I will just start with my remarks on the bill as amended from the Senate, and then I can address what I can on the amendment that you have in front of you as well. So the amended version of the bill from the Senate was worked on by various stakeholders, including the Enforcement Division of the Department of Energy, Building Code Review Board, utilities, among many others. The department is comfortable with the safety aspects put forward in the bill as amended by the Senate. There were two items of consideration that I just wanted to offer to you today. Section 5, line 21, the or in that line should be and. And then additionally on that section, if you're reading it, it might be a little confusing. It's not really related to the rest of the bill. This section clarifies in statute the department's authority to use the standards listed there in the EN 900 and EN 1000 rules. Just for a little bit of background, the bill that directed the agency to adopt or to do rulemaking for interconnection only referenced IREC standards. And between the department and GELCAR, there was some uncertainty whether the department could reference IEEE, which is part of IREC. And then due to that uncertainty, this was added into this bill just mainly to provide that clarification. So those are my remarks on the bill as amended. And then for the amendment that you have in front of you, it was provided to us a bit late. We've only really had some of today to review that. So but essentially, the department is, we would prefer the bill as it came over from the Senate with just that one minor change of changing the or to and in section 5. The department believes that there are still some safety concerns that we felt were addressed in the bill as amended that maybe kind of are not addressed in this amendment. Most notably, there were some safety concerns in the white paper technical reports and UL 3700 that we believe still exist, including existing equipment not listed or tested for bidirectional use, touch potential, the shock hazard of plugging that in. And while circuit overloading is less of a concern with smaller systems, we believe that hazard still exists. Happy to take any questions. Like I said, we didn't have a lot of time to review that amendment, so I will do the best I can, and I'm happy to take those back. Otherwise, the Building Code Review Board may be able to answer some questions as well that I can't at the moment.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Stone, for taking my question. I was taking notes on part of what you said, and you were talking about the IREC standards and the IEEE standards, and you mentioned that it was, I think, unknown whether the IEEE standards were included. Could you clarify what it was you were saying there so we could understand what you were trying to get at?
Thank you for the question. I'll do my best on this. So the way I understand it is that the bill that passed directing the department to do rulemaking referenced IREC standards. And we, while doing these rules, have referenced IEEE. There is uncertainty between some staff members who work with GELCAR and the department on whether we can reference IEEE. So this would just clarify that we can in our rules.
Follow up? So what's the relationship then between IREC and IEEE? In other words, does IREC leverage IEEE standards, or?
My understanding is that it includes it, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You know, the more I listen to this conversation here, it's sort of like we're, in a way, trying to put the genie back in the bottle. Anyone can go out there and buy whatever they want right now, and if we can have all the rules and codes and all this other stuff, but there doesn't appear to be any mechanism of enforcing it. So if I'm not sure what this bill is going to accomplish, I guess. That's what I'm trying to get down to. I mean, you can go to Home Depot today and buy these, and I can buy 5 of them if I want to, and I'll have to use common sense and the manufacturer's instructions and stuff. But the presence of this bill, if it became law, doesn't make it any harder or easier for me to do that. It just assumes that I'm going to somehow find out about the law, and unless it's posted on the in Home Depot, you must comply with RSA, blah, blah, blah. People are going to buy these, and they're going to have no idea there's an RSA that has anything to do with them. And they're just going to install them the way they have been for as long as they've been around. So I'm not sure. Do you see a purpose to this? Is it actually providing any functionality, or is it just a piece of paper we're going to hang on a wall and say, here's a law, and no one's going to enforce it, or most people won't even know it's there, unless you do some type of outreach education program. It seems like we're spending a lot of time for nothing.
Thank you for the question. I think the department sees this bill as providing safety standards around the devices, and that's what we believe is important with it.
Follow up?
Follow up.
But my point is that you could have the greatest safety standards in the world, and you could have whatever licensed electricians, PhDs in electrical engineering sign off on them and everything. But how is that actually going to get implemented in the field? I go to Home Depot, I buy this. I don't know that standard even exists, unless there's a requirement that says all devices delivered or sold in New Hampshire must have the following warning on them or something like that. It appears to me that I don't see how we're actually getting anything done other than to say we have a law and then we can put it in a drawer and forget about it, because no one's going to know it's there, and there's no enforcement mechanism to show that you abided by the safety codes. I mean, typical building safety codes come out with a building inspector when you're building a house or doing a large modification. You got to get a building permit, and they come out and look and say, oh, yeah, you can't do that. Those wires are wrong or whatever. But in this case, you're just going to go out and hook it up. And so I'm not quite sure what we're accomplishing here.
Thank you.
All right, point made. Additional questions? Representative Mattson.
So, my husband was a lineman, and he talked a lot about, the generators that get installed and stuff, and they go out and they shut down a circuit and they think it's off, and then there's a generator running and they get the backfeed and bad things happen. Is there some kind of a safety device that's going to be attached to this to protect the line guys?
Thank you for the question. That was one of our concerns with the bill as introduced that we brought up. I would just have to double check with our folks that worked on the amendment that would answer that. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for the department's perspective. One more, sorry. Representative Bernardi.
So to follow up on Representative Harrington's long dissertation, the real question there is, would DOE be adverse to an amendment that required any seller of these units to have a flyer saying you need to comply with these certain standards?
Thank you for the question. We're happy to review any amendment and see if it meets your needs.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear next from Sam Evans Brown of Clean Energy, New Hampshire. Full disclosure here, I have been in conversation with Mr. Evans Brown about amendments for this bill. And I think he can answer a lot of our questions. He certainly can try. And then we'll go from there. Sam, welcome back and good to see you again.
Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you, Chairman Vose. I will say this bill has been an interesting one. It's been one that I have been coming up to speed rapidly on, and my understanding of this bill and this technology has evolved several times along the way. From the point of having first read about what was happening in Germany and thinking, well, that was great, and then being approached by Senator Waters and saying, sure, we'd happily work on this, to somewhere along the way learning about some of the wiring constraints that Representative Vose flagged for us and thinking, we really ought to be careful with this and try to ensure that plug-in solar does not become the lawn darts of the energy transition, where we do something unwise and somebody gets hurt and then the thing gets outlawed down the line. So that is what we're trying to do. And I will say, the question of how to do that is actually rather complicated. So the amendment that was put on the table over here was the latest iteration of conversations that we've been having. We've been engaging with the folks. Vaughn Woodruff is an individual who just recently left IREC and has been engaging all across the country on this question, has looked at legislation in all of the various states that are considering adopting plug-in solar. And so I've been talking to Vaughn extensively. We've also been talking to Bright Saver, which is another national nonprofit that's pushing this and is perhaps pushing this legislation in a way that is maybe faster than what is safe. And then talking to the folks at the Building Code Review Board and the electricians. So the amendment that you see, I think, is our latest stab at it, but it is by no means the definitive answer to all these questions. And we really look forward to engaging with these stakeholders again, perhaps after this committee, and working out exactly how everyone feels about it. I had circulated this amendment last week and got a range of responses from one partner who said this is really great. It looks like you've improved on the safety requirements even more, to some folks who appear sort of irritated, including the Department of Energy, that we've made some of these changes. But I'll just say, really, we're not trying to do anything other than exactly what you all have heard, which is that we want to enable this legislation. We want to enable these devices because we think that folks really ought to be getting some sort of clear signal that there's a safe way to do this and an unsafe way to do this. And as it stands now, this technology really is in a gray area where you can go on Temu and you can grab one of these things, and you might be putting yourself and your family at risk. And so we would like to do it in the right way. So I will just also flag. I'm not an electrician. I've learned a great deal about this as we've gone. You'll hear from folks who know much more about wiring and safety behind me. But there are Representative La Rochelle, you asked about, won't the circuit just flip? There are actual real safety concerns that make this unlike just plugging in a toaster or a hot water pot into an underpowered circuit. Specifically, the issue is what's called breaker masking, where if you have the breaker on one end, a series of outlets, you plug a device that's backfeeding into that circuit in the middle of that series of outlets, and you have a source of load at the end, the breaker won't recognize that circuit is overloaded. And so you can have real safety issues. And that is exactly what UL 3700 is attempting to address. And there's a number of methods that these devices can use to address that. In my written testimony, you'll see a bulleted list of some of the methods methods that UL 3700 is starting to focus in on. And so it's a solvable problem. But the trick is that, as Representative Harrington said, we're trying to put the genie back in the bottle here. People have heard about this. They've read about it in the news. You can go online and buy them today. And so how do we pass a piece of legislation while the national standards are still getting adopted at UL and at the National Fire Protection Association, which is updating the National Electric Code supposedly as we speak, trying to address this too. So in that regard, I would suggest that the committee approach this to allow maximum flexibility to the folks at the Department of Energy at the Building Code Review Board, so that this can be written in such a way that takes their technical expertise into account and can be done not at the legislature, but at those expert bodies.
And you believe this amendment will do that?
I was trying for that. Again, I would be happy to, again, convene the group of stakeholders that worked on the Senate amendment and try to arrive at an agreement about how to pass this bill in a way that maximizes safety.
Okay. Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I was actually going to ask it earlier, but then when we went over the fact that it states that only one can be connected at a time, my concern is in a series parallel, if you configure these in a series parallel app where it would show less power, but you're actually providing more power to the grid than what actually is shown, would that create a vulnerability and a safety fiasco as well?
When you say series parallel, maybe could you explain how you're envisioning them being plugged in series?
Multiple units connected in a series parallel
into the outlets and directly into the house.
That's correct,
or
yeah.
into each other.
Into each other, into the house. Yes.
Yeah. So my understanding of these devices is that they are not configurable in that manner. It's not like you can plug one into the other and then into an outlet. You can really just plug one into an outlet. That said, there is not a UL standard for these yet. And so what we're seeing a bit of people developing, they're putting things out on the market, again, in this gray zone, that haven't yet been forced to comply with a new safety standard. What I anticipate we'll see is that over the course of the next year, as UL does its work, all of those manufacturers will be paying very close attention to that process. In fact, I've had conversations with the folks at Craftstrom, which are the big name in the plug-in solar space right now, and they're actively directly engaged with UL as this is all getting sorted out. And so I think we'll start to see some sort of uniformity in terms of how these things are made. So certainly, I think that if you were able to plug multiple of these into a daisy chain and into an outlet, that would be very dangerous. But I don't think that that's something that's going to be possible.
So what if you had a power strip and you plugged several of these devices into the power strip and then plugged it into the wall? What would happen?
Yeah, so this is, I've been having discussions with folks that are building inspectors, and one of the things that gets said over and over in those discussions is you can't legislate stupid, and so there will be, I think, a real need for consumer education on this, which I actually really appreciate the idea that sellers of these devices ought to have very prominent safety information included in the box, because my understanding of this is that the worst case outcomes are mostly rather unlikely. That in most instances, exactly what Representative La Rochelle suggested is the most likely outcome, that breakers will flip, circuits will trip, as opposed to houses burning down. But that's not to say that it's impossible. And so just trying to figure out how we make sure that these devices are as safe as possible and that we're educating the consumers as much as possible is really, really important.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Evans-Brown, for taking my question. I noticed from your letter here that you're recommending actually quite a lower output.
Yes.
You're saying somewhere in the neighborhood of 400 watts.
Yes.
And I'm thinking that the price of one of these units is not just exactly proportional to the output. It's probably a linear function, but with a y-intercept, right? So that seems to me that would actually extend the payback period considerably.
That's possible. I think, frankly, it's a little speculative. It's sort of like who knows what the pricing of these devices will look like once we actually get a standard and we actually start to see some uniformity of the manufacturing of them. Generally speaking, the manufacturing process of solar panels is what creates the economies of scale. So if you have a device with a microinverter on the back, it's about the same as having two devices with two microinverters on the back. I'm not 100% sure that you'd see that much more cost, but you might be right. So if you look around the country and see what's happening, there are a couple of states that have adopted this 1,200 watt limit. Utah was the first. Virginia is the most recent that has done this. Maine and Colorado have adopted this two-tier system that we're recommending in the amendment, with a lower powered 400 watt threshold for something that you could just plug in, and the higher threshold being something that essentially you would need an electrician to come to your house to be able to install one, and ensure that you have a circuit that is, a dedicated circuit configured in the right way on the right ends of the bus bar so that you're not overloading the bus bar. And unfortunately, it's just a reality that because of the way that we wire homes in the United States, there are going to be fewer of these devices and they're going to be lower powered than what we're seeing in Europe. If we built our houses the way Europeans build their houses, then we could do the 800 watt systems that they're doing in Germany and not worry too much about safety. But I think that with the way that we wire, 400 watts for a simple plug-in device is likely to be the maximum for what is safe to just plug into a standard outlet. And it is entirely possible that the folks at the Building Code Review Board are going to come after me and say that we shouldn't be plugging anything into a standard outlet. All of these should require special safety outlets with interlocks, and so that they can't come undone. And if that's what New Hampshire is able to pass in a way that makes us feel comfortable and safe, then I think that we can adopt that standard and look to see what happens in other states.
Follow up.
So you just mentioned special safety outlets. I mean, is this the sort of thing that, I could just go and take out the receptacle I've got and put in one like I could with a ground fault?
Yeah, again, this is a little bit speculative, and this is exactly what UL is figuring out with the 3700 proceeding. But that is one potential outcome, that you would have special outlets that are configured to be a two-way bidirectional plug with a GFI embedded into it, so that all of the concerns about breaker masking would be sort of addressed at the outlet. That's one potential way that these questions could be addressed. But again, we're sort of, we're kind of shooting at a moving target here, right? Like, they're developing the standard as we're trying to pass the law, because people are out there buying these things and plugging them in as we speak.
Representative Nutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just looked it up on Amazon to see how much the 400 watt one was. So would you believe it's on sale right now for $1,699?
I would believe that, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for coming. One of my questions is, going back to Harrington's question, is if I'm having electrical work done on my house, like any kind of work on my house, one of the first things I do is go down to my town office and get a building permit. Now, I know not everybody does that, and you can't solve for stupid, you made that clear, but that would be the normal course of events for anybody doing this kind of work. Would it not be?
Yes, and I think that generally speaking is the best answer to the question of how would any of this get enforced. Is it would get enforced the same way that we enforce the electrical code generally, which is to say reasonably well but somewhat spotty, because homeowners can in fact do this work on their own without pulling a permit, even though they're not supposed to. But that said, I'm not sure how we solve for that in legislation, and maybe some of the folks that come after me have a better idea.
And a second question, if I may?
Follow up?
Yep. I'm looking at page 2, line 6.
I don't have it in front of me. I apologize.
Okay, I'll read it. A maximum of one plug-in solar generation device shall be allowed per metered customer.
Yeah.
Now, I'll make it about you. You have your house, and you want to put one of these in for your house. But you also have your electric car, and you want to charge your car. So you're going to run 2 meters, and can you plug one of these in each meter, or are you being limited by being a metered customer?
It's a good question. I would leave that to one of the utilities, who I hope will come after me to say how they would answer that question.
Thank you.
In fact, there's a utility coming right after you.
Great.
Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at your letter here, and you're talking about quite a bit of list of different types of hardware, dedicated circuit with uniquely configured plugs, so on and so forth. This would seem to be putting controls on the manufacturer of the device. And as long as I can go to Amazon and buy an 800-watt system or a 1,200-watt system with none of these safety devices on it, and I understand the backfeed thing that you were talking about, if depending on where you interjected the power in, you could be powering a device and putting power into the house, but not the whole 30 amps that you're actually on the circuit, because another device is sucking part of that up so the circuit breaker doesn't trip. So aren't we more interested here in trying to do this by having manufacturing controls? And without those, how is this bill going to be enforced? I still get back to that.
Again, I think we're a little bit shooting at a moving target, and it's a little hard to be 100% sure how that question will wind up being answered. But my understanding of the processes that are playing out at the national level is that we'll get both and, where the National Electric Code will get updated to try to consider these devices in some way, and UL 3700 will come out that will govern these for the manufacturers, and that the interplay between those two processes is what will wind up being the outcome that answers this question, and that's why I'm recommending that we try as much as possible to empower the Department of Energy and the Building Code Review Board to figure this stuff out, so that 12 months from now we're not having to rewrite the entire bill. But Phil Sherman will speak to this, I'm sure, when he comes up, that they were quite explicit that they really didn't want the specific standards put in legislation because who knows, 3 years from now there might be a new standard that they might want to adopt at the Building Code Review Board. So
Follow up?
Yeah,
just quickly then, it sounds like you're saying that in the future sometime, if I'm making one of these devices and I want to stamp UL approved on it, it'll have whatever controls comes out of these new UL rules on it. And that, in fact, will limit how I could buy this.
that's the dream.
Okay, thank you.
Representative La Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You've completely flipped me around. I now think it's a hazard, because you could have 10 amps coming in from your solar unit.
Yeah.
But now, because it's after the breaker, your breaker can provide, say it's a 15 amp circuit, you can have now 25 amps that's fed in down the line. So now you're going down a 14 gauge wire that's capable of 15 amps and you're pushing 25. So I don't see how you can fix the device to fix the problem.
So
Thank you for the insight.
Absolutely. It's clear from your question that you know more about wiring than I do. And so what I'll say is I would prefer the folks that come after me to answer that question specifically. What I will say is that the 400 watt limit, I have been told by the folks that are working on this at the national level that 400 watt limit is what addresses that problem, and that anything over 400 watts really ought to have one of these other measures in order to be safe.
All right, I want to thank you very much for that insightful testimony. Now let's hear what utilities think of this idea. Alec O'Mara from Unitil is here, and he wants to tell us what utilities might have to say about this. Welcome back. Good to see you, Alec.
Good to be here. Thank you for having me. For the record, my name is Alec O'Mara. I am the Director of External Affairs at Unitil. Unitil does support this bill as amended. That is, I will caveat that to say that is through our specific lens as where we're looking at these devices, which is on the other side of the meter. So from our perspective as the distribution utility, our focus on this has always been on what happens with these devices as they would interact with the meter at the home, and then ultimately how they would interact with the distribution system at large. That's been our focus throughout this process and what we've been commenting on throughout it. One of the things that we were very, very focused on in the first drafts of this bill was very specifically, Rep. Bernardi put his finger on it very early on it, that idea of what happens if an individual homeowner has several of these devices. One device, all in all, at their lower wattage, that isn't going to be doing a ton on the other side of the distribution system, at least from our perspective. It's what happens if a person owns 5 or 6 of them. That was something that we were focused on. So to take that back, the reason we're concerned about that, or at least we're focused on that, is first of all, what happens at the meter with these devices? So if you have a standard home, let's say you're not a net metered home right now, with our devices, our meters, if you were to try and have an export that would go back through that system, nothing would happen. The wattage would go through. You would be putting some form of load on the system, but it wouldn't actually be registering anything on the meter. If you are a net metered customer, so you already have a solar array on your home, then you have a meter that is configured to recognize that. So if you had one of these devices and it was exporting, you would in fact be generating additional credits as part of that. So that was a focus of ours. Additionally, we were concerned about the safety issue that you were talking about. The term that protects linemen from additional load coming onto the field is called anti-islanding technology. It is part of the UL code that has been discussed previously, and we wanted to have that certainly to make sure that that would be included in however the UL coding is ultimately discussed and represented within the bill itself. So from our perspective, our small recommendation to this process was this idea of 1 unit per meter. That was something that was important to us as a utility. We didn't feel it made these other issues go away, but we felt that it at least lowered them because at the smaller amounts of energy that these would be generating, the degree of offset would be relatively small over the course of a day on these very specific pieces. So from that perspective, that gave us some degree of comfort. Does it resolve the issue? No. But it gave us some sort of comfort in regards to that. Additionally, one piece that was important to us is this idea of notifying the utility that this is happening. If there is additional load that's getting put onto our system, our engineering team certainly wants to make sure they have eyes on that. They're aware of that happening. A basic notification system seemed like the most prudent way to go about it. The idea of how this would ultimately get enforced, that's an open question. I recognize that, but having that out there, having that part of it seemed like a better solution than not having it. So we felt that that was a good addition as well. So from our perspective, those small changes made this a worthy endeavor to get done. That's where we're at. Again, I really can't speak to the specific in-house code issues that have been discussed, but from the other side of the meter, that's where we're looking at this bill. Happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. O'Meara. So you were talking about the effect at the meter when power is going back, and you said if you're not net metering, you have a regular meter, there's no effect. But I thought that the bill says that in fact you can get charged for what you're putting back onto the grid.
So I'm specifically referring to Unitil meters. Each utility would have a different kind of meter set, and I understand that there's some specific challenges regarding the meters for other utilities, but from a Unitil meter, that's how it would work.
Follow up?
Follow up.
And if I were a Unitil customer who is net metering and I got one of these devices and it was putting power back on, then it would just be as if it was coming off my regular panels?
Correct. It would effectively, you'd be generating additional credits that would go in. And you can think about it as, even if it was, let's say I'm purposefully trying to use the energy that my portable generator is creating. That's still ultimately having an offset as to your solar array as a whole. So you're generating additional energy. By definition, you're going to create more credits that'll get put out onto the system.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we'll call next on a man who can probably answer more questions than we can possibly come up with. That's Philip Sherman from the Building Code Review Board. Welcome, Mr. Sherman. I'm glad you're here.
Typically sit near the fire exit, but the column was in the way. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for hearing me today. My name's Philip Sherman. I'm the chair of the Building Code Review Board. Like many people, the later you speak, the more your prepared remarks are all out of whack. I will say that I agree with most of what people have said and many of the questions that have been asked this morning. I think the fundamental problem is trying to leapfrog the normal process. So the state building code encompasses the National Electric Code. The National Electric Code, for the most part, relies on this listing, so-called, and the listing is proof that a manufactured product meets a standard. And then you've heard about UL 3700. That's the standard. There's other standards that go into it, but that's the one that's necessary to make this work, and it answers everybody's question. It requires a dedicated type of outlet. It speaks to breaker shadowing. It speaks to the idea of how many amps can go this way and that way, and all those technical details that I'm not an expert on. I am a licensed engineer, but I'm not an electrical engineer. I have a couple of suggestions. One, do not define two classes of units. Leave it for UL. If there's a class that's safe enough that it's just a consumer product, buy it, plug it into the wall, don't drop it in your bathtub kind of thing, let UL figure that out. We do not have the capabilities to figure that out, and if you want us to figure that out, take that -FN and put it in big bold letters, because all we can do is hire somebody else, which is going to be UL, because they're the experts on this stuff. We have electricians and we have an electrical engineer on our board. We're not in the business of manufacturing products. Secondly, as many of you may know, the model codes, the National Electric Code, are published on a 3-year schedule. And we are now sort of on that same 3-year schedule, but by statute, we're one edition behind. That's by design in the state of New Hampshire. What that means is, as UL 3700 comes out on the street, the National Fire Protection Association, who publishes the electrical code, is already working on their side of things. How do you wire it up, and what does the building need to see? What does the electrician need to know how to do? That will come out likely either as part of some future edition or what they call a tentative interim amendment, which is what they spit out when there's something in the middle that's sort of important. And the fire's been lit under those folks. What ordering us to amend the code, as simple as this, BCRB, amend the code to reflect, permission to use these devices, something to that effect, it jumps to ratification. We can do an amendment to pick up that TIAA and within 2 months can update the state building code without having to wait a year to come back to the legislature to get the amendment ratified. It's essentially pre-ratified because you told us to do it. So that's really what I have to say is don't have us set limits because we're not the experts, and UL's going to do that. All of these numbers and wattages, they're all going to be baked into UL 3700 at the end of the day. Don't define two classes. UL has no sense that they're going to a two-class system. They don't, and I talked with Mike Susi from DOE this morning, who's been in that loop of reading 3700 in detail. There's no minimum wattage that they think is safe enough, at least at this point. And then lastly, order us to update the code. And I think if you gave us a week or two with this working group, we could come back with some language that on the code side, we all agree with, and it'd be pretty simple and straightforward. So we're not resisting this idea at all, but I think we can clean this up, answer most, if not all, of the questions and do it in a process that this bill ultimately gets to anyway, because the amendment requires these things to be listed. Not going to happen until UL 3700's out on the street. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Just curious, I guess I was the only person in this room that wasn't aware that we had so many of these portable devices that could be handled in so many different ways. So my question is, as a building code person here in the state, has any word been put out to our individual towns, building code people, to be aware of these devices? Are they even aware that we're in discussions now of how these things should be handled?
One of the problems with every type of regulation is technology that the regulation doesn't address. It comes out so quick, right? Or it comes over the ocean so quick. And all of a sudden, they're growing all around you and the regulations don't address it. So the first thing that everybody does is kind of dig through things and say, well, these look kind of like a generator, or these look like that. Let's try and stick it together. But no, I don't believe any broad look-see has been done for these, because it's not clear to me that it's illegal to use them, as many people have pointed out here. Buy it, plug it in, and if that's being done in accordance with the manufacturer's instructions, it may be legal. I'm not stating that, I'm questioning it.
Follow up?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I wasn't asking in terms of the legality. I was thinking in terms of information, like, how the fire department puts out quarterly cautions about carbon monoxide poisoning. If it's cold weather, don't run a generator inside your house, and things like that. I'm just kind of wondering if we're even aware that the people could be buying a lot of these and plugging them in the towns, and maybe they're not aware of some of the minutia safety stuff that they might have to be aware of. The towns, can they put out anything on this at all? Fire departments have any say so? Would they even care?
Once this gets settled down so that we know what we're trying to accomplish, that may well be necessary, and typically it would be the Fire Prevention Association or someone like that. We just write the code. That's our remit. We write it, building officials just enforce the code.
Given what you know about code, which is quite a bit, is there an insurance liability issue here for people who use these devices, do you think?
Today?
Yes.
That's a legal question, but yeah, why not, right? There's liability for everything.
Good point. Representative Harrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. We're talking about this as if this is a brand new issue. I mean, maybe the way of generating the electricity, solar panels, is fairly new, but we've had portable generators around for years and years and years, whether they be gasoline powered,
And the
propane
codes
powered.
address those.
And there are specific codes that address those.
Yes.
And so why would it be so much different for these? Because once you leave the thing that's producing the electricity is the same.
Well, it doesn't come into the system the same way. So a generator is wired with a transfer switch,
Well,
where it's
okay,
that
excuse
way
me.
or this way, right?
That's assuming there's a transfer switch, which I know. I have a transfer switch in my house, but I bet you there's a lot of generators out there that run once, twice a year that don't have a transfer switch. They just use extension cords plugged into things.
Normally, at the point I remind someone that violating the state building code is a misdemeanor, and if your welding truck, who's frequently powering these things up, says LLC on it, it's a felony, that tends to stop. I mean, they're violating the law when they do that.
But there are specific requirements to address portable generators.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah,
why aren't these covered by that same requirement? They are portable generators.
they will. 3700, my understanding, will require a unique a plug and cap arrangement. You won't be able to plug it into a standard outlet. It'll have some manufacturer-specific thing, and then some direction on how that fits into the circuit. Whether it needs a special kind of breaker on the other side back at the panel, whether it needs to be the first device or the last device, I don't know the details, right? But once 3700 has that established, the National Electric Code will tell the electrician what they need to build, right? Or the homeowner if they're doing their own work.
Follow up?
Follow up. You turned your mic off.
A little confused because if we have existing regulations that govern portable generators and how you hook them up to your house, these are portable generators being hooked up to your house. Now, you're generating the power through solar, but once the power leaves the generator on a wire, it's the same electricity as being generated by a gas portable generator. So why wouldn't those same requirements simply say they apply to all portable generators? No need for a new law. We've already got it covered.
Your mic is off now, sorry.
Is that better? If this is electricity is really easy to figure out, right? If this is my house and the utility power is coming in here and running everything in the house, My generator comes in here, and that transfer switch, the reason it's there is to disconnect the public power, but it's coming in this end of the system. My solar panel is coming in here on the back side of the breakers. So the circuit breaker panels, the ground fault, all that stuff functions the same way with a generator. It just flipped the source of supply. This is coming in on the other end of the system.
But well, I guess I'm confused. That's by choice. You could certainly take a solar generated amount of electricity and run it through a transfer switch, just like you do with a portable generator.
You
And maybe
could,
instead of having one panel, you have 3 panels, and you get 2,000 watts out of it. And so whatever requirements there should be consistent, because you could take a generator now and go plug it into the other side of the system as well, but you're telling me that's against the law. So it sounds like we already have a law that addresses portable generators. Regardless of how the electricity is produced, it's a portable generator. And why wouldn't those same regulations apply to gas, propane? I don't care if you have a bunch of people on a treadmill to spin in the generator. It's a portable generator.
I'm not sure I understand the question, but
I guess my question is,
I
why
get
do we
your
need
point.
new rules if we already have existing ones? Why can't we simply, maybe we need to make it a little bit more explicit, including solar generators, added to wherever it says about including gas or propane generators?
The National Electric Code deals with larger solar systems. If I take a 10 amp suitcase size thing and stick it in the end of my house, I don't have enough juice to run the house. So, that's why 3,700 is going to make these work. They know where they're heading with these things. But the fundamental difference is we're feeding the power in the back end of the system to some level.
My point, I guess, is that it's...
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can move on, Representative Harrington. All right, Representative Swanson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sherman. It feels like, and I may sound like I'm agreeing with Representative Harrington, but no, but yeah. So it sounds like the bottom line you're coming down to is that the 3,700 process. I mean, we're trying to chase technology that seems to be evolving fairly quickly, and the typical 1-year cycle to get legislation in place, or to say we were past this and decide, oh, there's something wrong, we need to amend this, and that takes another year or something, would be far less responsive than just letting the UL 3700 take its course.
Yeah, once 3,700 is out on the street and we know what it says, the NEC will be there the same day with their tentative rules because they're working together to make this thing happen. People are pushing them to keep this moving. We know what to do. Just tell us to do it, but keep it at that. Don't set limits, don't define classes. UL 3700 uses the term Class 2, as I understand it from DOE, in a different manner than this bill does. So it's sticky to start defining things, hoping that somebody else does what you thought they were going to do. We're going to do what they think we ought to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So can I summarize your position that we should just kill this bill and let 3,700 happen?
My position is to assist you in understanding some of the impacts of this bill, not to advise you whether you ought to kill it or not. I mean, that's my marching orders, so.
All right, thank you.
Representative McGee, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question would be, are you saying that you think we should try and remove specificity that makes the bill try to define things that we don't yet have the answers for, so that if it moved forward, it would then be, it would still be suitable if it was in law when the UL 37 gets resolved?
I think what we need to give you is the legally proper term for make sure these things are listed, right? When the standard is available, and then order us to amend the code to accommodate those.
So what would be the process for getting that to happen between
Give me
us
a
and?
couple days.
A couple of days, okay. So we could get
I
the
just want to make
information.
sure I get the wording proper.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, Mr. Sherman. You've
Thank
been
you
very
very much.
helpful. And call next on Michael Licata from Eversource to get another utility perspective on this proposed legislation.
Good afternoon. Michael Licata representing Eversource. I'll be very, very brief. I just brought up the laptop because it has the bill on it in case I get questions. I think Senator Waters and Mr. O'Meara covered, quite frankly, the utility thoughts and positions quite well. Really appreciate all the hard work that went into this over the Senate. We did participate in several working group sessions that Clean Energy New Hampshire had organized. Those were very informative and constructive. Really, the two issues we'd like to flag for the committee, we did have a chance to review the amendment. We're still sort of processing some of that. Some of these issues are resolved in the bill as passed by the Senate. Others are a little bit still open-ended. Again, these were touched on, but one, we do think it would be helpful if there's a very simple notification to the utility. We are not at all looking for an approval process or an interconnection process. That's not what we're requesting, but simply knowing where these are and essentially that their size would be helpful for grid planning purposes. The other issue which did come up is the intention under the bill is that these would be used to offset usage behind the meter, not qualify for net metering or not export to the grid. However, if they were sized large enough and there was minimal usage on site, you could have a situation where there was inadvertent export to the grid. Eversource, as folks know, we have AMR meters, automatic meter reader meters. Those would register exports as usage. And so you run the situation where a customer could inadvertently be putting electricity on the grid and essentially be charged for that. So one, we just want to make sure that it is clear to the customer that that is a risk that could happen. We want to make sure that the bill doesn't prohibit that charge. And then two, obviously, the intention of these of this bill, of the usage of these panels, is reducing your use on site, not for export, which is why they would not have a net metering meter, which obviously wouldn't have that issue. So very happy to work with the bill sponsor, with the committee, with other stakeholders, just to make sure that those hopefully friendly amendments or changes are included in whatever the final version is. I will say on the notification that is in the bill that did pass the Senate, it's on page 2, lines 7 through 10. We think the just tightening up the language on the charges, that charging issue with the metering, again, we have some language we think would be helpful. So with that, I'd be happy to answer questions that the committee may have.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Licata. Always great to see you. I'm going to ask you, I guess, the same question I asked Mr. O'Meara. If I were an Eversource customer and I was set up for net metering and I got one of these devices and it was then exporting, would it be treated just as if it was coming from my regular PV system?
Correct. We wouldn't know where it was coming from, essentially.
Representative Partial.
Try it again. Since you brought up line 7 through 10 on page 2, what about that question I asked earlier about maximum one plug-in solar generator device should be allowed per metered customer? Now, what if I'm running 2 meters for whatever reason, one for charging a vehicle and one for my home?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I would want to just take a closer look at the language. I think if you had I'm not an electrician either, by the way, just so everybody's clear. My grandfather was. But so if you have a separate meter, that's going to have a separate box associated with it. So, you would essentially have less of a risk of that overloading within the system of the house. So I think the 1 per limitation is really to try to avoid both the safety issues that have been discussed at length, as well as, avoid that situation where you're inadvertently exporting back. So if you had 2 separate meters, 2 separate boxes associated with them, one is used for an EV. Presumably, when the EV is charging, then it would be consumed on site. So I just want to think through the prohibition requirement, 1 per, as has been discussed at length. The utility doesn't want to be the portable solar police where we're checking to see how many a customer has installed or is purchased or anything like that.
But I'll follow up.
Follow up.
But I assume neither would you want to restrict this if somebody did want to go ahead with such a, like, we used to have 2 meters when we had a refrigerator, I believe.
Or a
They would
water
get-
heater,
yeah,
that's
water-
very
that kind
common.
of, yeah, so, okay. So, okay, that's all. I just want to bring awareness of that, I guess. Thank you.
Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. Do you have a program now that addresses non-solar portable generators, meaning, gas or propane powered?
So when you say program, we have essentially an awareness program that we initiate because of the concerns that Representative Mattson raised with the backfeed if you don't have a transfer switch. And so we very much see that regularly, almost every outage that, our linemen are trained to do the testing because there is backfeed put on. So it is a educational program to say, hey, please disconnect from the grid if you are using a generator. And we also highlight other aspects of generator safety.
To follow up?
Yes.
So by the way you said, this happens a lot. So one would assume that if there was an outage tomorrow, that there'd be multiple generators out there that were being used to power houses that didn't have a transfer switch to block the backfeed onto the line.
I think it's fair to say it is not uncommon that we do run into that.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for that testimony. And next we'll call on Jared Pionalt of Milan, New Hampshire. And thank you for making the long ride down here to talk to us today.
Good afternoon, representatives. I'm here representing myself, and I have an issue with this this portable solar generation stuff. I'm an Eversource customer. I have 2 services. One is a net metered service. One is a regular service. My regular service, if I were to plug one of these things into my wall, I would end up increasing my bill. My general power consumption in my home is about 200 watts. If I were to plug in a 1 kilowatt panel into my home, I will be generating in excess of 800 watts. Over a course of the day, that could accumulate to several kilowatts worth of power. Now, with my meter right now, power coming in from the grid and power coming in from my portable device adds to the count of electricity that I have used on that meter. Basically, what's happening is I will be paying the electric company to generate electricity. And this fact was just acknowledged by the Eversource individual. I'm concerned with the fact that people will go out and buy one of these panels thinking they're going to save electricity, but if they have a meter like I have, they will probably see their bill go up. There is a way to deal with that. I have made a statement, I have a written statement online I posted last night that goes into detail about my particular meter, which is called an Itron C1SR. By default, that just sums the home generated power and the grid power into one number, and that number is used for billing. And as a result of adding on my power, it makes my bill much larger. Now, something that the Eversource representative did not indicate is there is an upgrade to that meter that will allow that meter to not register the power coming in from my house onto that meter. And in fact, I did a small survey of meters in and around the Berlin-Gorham area, about 15 meters in all. One of them was my net metered service. Most of the others were all this standard meter operation of that Itron meter. And then there was one other meter that was actually capable of handling the reverse power coming in. In the fact that that meter knows enough to ignore power generated in the home, so it doesn't get added on to the number that you're going to be billed. That module does exist in Berlin-Gorham area. I found one service that had that module on it. It was a temporary electrical service that was installed about 30 years ago. So there is a solution, but going to lines 21, 23, and 25 of the amended statute here, that's on page 1. It says an electrical distribution utility shall not require a customer using a compliant solar generation device to obtain, the issue that I'm concerned about mostly is install additional utility specified controls beyond those integrated with the device. Now, if you install that device that I talked about just prior, it could eliminate that problem where I would end up being billed for electricity that I am generating. So that is specific to my service. I have found that 13 of the 15 meters that I looked at bill in the same way that my meter does, where it adds internally generated electricity and grid electricity together. As an example of how bad it could be, if I'm generating 1 kilowatt worth of power over the, I have a 1 kilowatt panel, and I have no loads in the house, I'm going to be pumping 1 kilowatt into the grid over time. Over the course of the day, I could generate 4 or 5 kilowatt hours worth of electricity. And over the course of, let's say, 20 or 30 days, I would end up having generated probably 80 kilowatts worth of electricity that's added onto my bill. That's going to be a significant increase to my bill. So basically, I wanted you to be aware of that, and that there is a fix for my particular meter, which seems to be the predominant meter in the Eversource area where I am in. So I'm basically here to say customers need to be aware that buying these panels isn't going to necessarily save them electricity. It may actually increase their electric bills.
Okay, good. Thank you. Could I just ask you where you got your Itron meter? Did you get that from Eversource?
It is, the Itron meters were installed by Eversource. They're looking around through the neighborhoods. I found all of the meters that I was looking at in the Eversource area were all Itron C1 SRs, with the exception of my net metered service, which is a different kind of Itron meter.
Representative Swanson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Funelt. Relative to the knowledge that needs to be out there of the risk of being billed for producing electricity in certain cases with certain meters, does this bill really have any impact to what could be unknown now? I mean, we're not introducing any knowledge of that here. Or are you saying that you would recommend amending this so people know of the risk?
I'm not quite sure how to let people know about this particular risk. One possibility in the case of Eversource is they could install that module into my meter to make this problem go away. So there is a solution within my meter itself. I would think it's a matter of we take the meter out, plug the module in, put the meter back in, and my billing problem has been resolved.
Or follow-up question then?
Yes, go ahead.
Would, I'm an Eversource customer also, and I'll get little flyers in my monthly mailing alerting me to certain things and so forth. Would it maybe the best help would be for them to, with their knowledge of the popularity of this balcony solar, provide a notice or warning to customers in general of that risk? Would you agree that would be helpful?
Yes, I would think so. I would think that you might even want to put a sticker on a box it's sitting on the top on a shelf at the Home Depot or whatever, just letting them know that they may end up increasing their bills as a result of putting this thing in that they think is going to save them on their bills.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I want to thank you for making the long drive.
Thank you for listening to me.
You bet.
Have a good day.
Nice to see you. Next up is John Ratcliffe, who comes from Tuftonboro, I believe it is.
I came here today to support, let me get over here.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Is it on now? Yeah, thought it was. Yeah, I came here today to support everything that was all the bills. Senator Waters covered a lot of what was in my notes. I thought he'd read them when I wasn't looking. A couple things that I heard today that I just, can briefly address. We talked a little bit earlier this morning about the war in Iran and the price of fuel. My perspective is I've got 20 years in transportation of hydrocarbons and 8 years in drilling for it. And while I don't pretend to know what's being blown up over there, I do know what it would take to fix it. So this is not going to be something that's going to change in the next few weeks, regardless of whether the war ends tomorrow. So the energy problem is going to be around for a while. Somebody asked a question about how big of a system from Senator Waters, and I have the answer to that one. The company he was talking about, Craftstrom, has a 2,000 watt system available. I don't think that if you tell somebody they're going to be limited to 400 watts, my guess is that's not going to work. I mean, people can go out there and they can buy that 2,000 watt system. That's 16.67 amps and can easily go on a single circuit if you have a 20 amp circuit. I'm not an electrician, but I do know that. I come here as somebody who's had solar systems for 20 years. I've enjoyed it. I think it's fantastic. One of the reasons that I'm so enthusiastic about this is I'm very well aware of what my power company has put me through for every phase of my solar array. They don't seem to want to help you. They seem to want to make it hard for you. When I first started the system, because of the restrictions that were on it, I did 20 panels. And I can tell you that by the time I finished my system, which I now have 42, the panels have dropped in price by 66%. And they're better panels and they're made in America. The downside is labor's gone up. So when I have anybody come up and if I want to put more panels on my roof, which my power company will not let me, if I want to, I got to pay a lot more money now for the labor and for the racking than what I did a long time ago. So the solar parts are pretty cheap. Getting it on there is tough. That's what this easily goes around, because honestly, I could put a rack in my backyard that I could make out of pressure treated 2x4s, and I could set up the biggest system they have, and I could probably do that work in a day. So I think this is a fantastic idea. I think that, so somebody mentioned, and it was going through my head the whole time, you want to get the word out there. My power companies constantly send me mailers. All the time I keep getting these mailers. Have them tell you, this is what we need to do in order to have this. And I think one of the reasons, again, we talked about why are we having this bill? Well, my power company says that if I don't do it, I'm in big trouble. I have to let them know. Anything I put on the system, I have to let them know. So I think that's kind of the point of the bill. and we got to have the information get out there. I mean, I have no intention of trying to trick or cheat my power company. At the same time, I don't really like the way they've treated me as far as trying to, we just bought an EV, I wanted to expand my system, and they're making it impossible. They will take away my grandfathering, they will change it so that I will now have to pay so much money that the pain will be a 20-year pain to increase my system for the EV. So I'm not too appreciative of that.
Are you a New Hampshire Electric Cooperative customer?
I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am. Good guess.
Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you for being here and giving us your perspective. Let's hear from Nick Krakoff of the Conservation Law Foundation on this bill. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Happy to be here again. Again, I'm Nick Krakoff, a senior attorney with the Conservation Law Foundation. I'm going to be very, very brief. I think most of my points have been made already this afternoon. I've also handed out written comments which provide more detail and which you can look at if you want to know more. But in any event, I think notwithstanding one of the prior gentleman's concerns, I think one of the main reasons to support SB 540 is that it can help with affordability concerns for electric customers. We're obviously all well aware of all the affordability concerns over the past few years and increasing energy burdens on New Hampshire families. And so this is one way to reduce your bill by a little bit. I think 400 watts could reduce your bill by around $10 a month, 1,200, maybe $30 a month or so. It's going to take a few years to pay back your system, but it is an opportunity to reduce your energy bill, gain more control over your energy systems in general. So I think that's a key reason to support this bill. One other point is, which I made this morning, is just increasing energy diversity, which is important given the war in Iran right now. I think this will increase energy diversity in the state by increasing, energy independence, energy autonomy in the state. And then just finally, as a number of speakers have talked about already, there are a number of important safeguards in this bill. I think Representative Mattson mentioned the concern about linemen getting shocked or even worse. The bill has an anti-islanding and a rapid shutdown requirements in the bill to try to prevent those concerns. I think those safeguards are very important. There may still be work to be done in terms of the ensuring that adequate safeguards are there, but it does contain a lot already. And for those reasons, I urge you to vote to pass on the bill. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Krakoff. Regarding, it sounds like you're supportive of the goal behind the bill, and but the technology is available. I mean, it's basically talking about technology that's currently available, and many of the things that you're identifying as goals to be achieved don't need this bill to happen. Are you saying that mainly the regulatory or the safety aspects that are raised here are the main advantages to the bill, and balcony solar is available to people regardless of the bill?
Yeah, I mean, I think as we heard, you could go down to Home Depot, you can go to Amazon and buy a system, and sure, that's available. But yeah, I mean, I think a lot of folks won't be willing to do that without a proper regulatory system in place. I mean, there's obviously the safety concerns, and having those safety concerns, I think, addressed may make folks more willing to invest in those systems. But I think regardless, those safety concerns are very, obviously very important to address, and we shouldn't be having folks just plugging their their system in the wall without really considering those safety concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Partial.
Thank you, and thank you for appearing here. One of the things that was mentioned earlier was limiting the system to a 400-watt system. I can understand the logic behind that. But at the same time, are there certain economies of scale on the payback where if a larger system produces more, it'll pay for itself more quickly? And perhaps a 400-watt system as unaffordable because the payback would be so long in duration?
I mean, there probably are some economies of scale there. I mean, from what I've seen, though, the 1,200 watt system costs, 2 or 3 times the amount as a 400 watt system. So, I think it'll be equivalent, roughly equivalent, the payback period.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions.
Thank you very
we'll
much.
give the final word on this legislation to Penty Alto. And Mr. Alto, since we heard your general comments about your feelings with regard to distributed energy this morning, we'd appreciate it if you could confine your comments to this particular bill. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thank you to the committee for hearing me again. The main difference between conventional solar installations and this, and there's a third item to compare, is Representative Harrington's observation of, well, what about any other generator? The main difference here is that we are interconnecting with the utility grid. If I take a solar panel, charge a battery, put a regular inverter on it, run my refrigerator off of it, it doesn't concern this. What is the concern here is if I'm grid connecting and feeding the wires in my house and potentially the wires to the pole and the transformer, we have a safety issue. How do we deal with that? Well, with a conventional diesel generator, for example, if I wanted to do that, I would need to have an interconnection package that had all of the safety features built into it. All of our inverter packages have that in one form or another, and the standards are changing constantly. But all of those safety functions are built into the inverter itself, so that if the voltage drops, this will wait for a bit. If the voltage drops below a certain level, it disconnects immediately. There are certain time requirements of how quickly it trips. If the voltage exceeds what it's supposed to, there are time requirements when it needs to trip. If it's a major loss of power, it trips immediately. So the idea that there will be electricity in that prong that you're holding in your hand that you just unplugged is generally not there. The safety issues in terms of the system going into the grid are basically, if you make a really big system and start feeding it into the grid, then you're going to run into issues of voltage variation at the transformer, and you're going to run into issues of backfeeding the transformer, which is not a problem at that level. And if you go really big and you go and backfeed the substation, then you've got some issues. You need to revolve the network protective functions that are there. But that means many megawatts of power, not the kilowatts we're talking about here, or fractions of a kilowatt. The main issue then becomes, if I raise the voltage and there are other customers on the grid with me, is that a problem? Most inverters are set to trigger on a high voltage. If the voltage gets too high, they trip. In the future, the standards for inverters are changing, and some will be set up so that, particularly at low voltage, they will continue to operate longer to provide grid support so that the grid doesn't fail if with a sudden passing of the clouds, so to speak. The primary issue here is that this is not net metering. I'm not getting paid for any kilowatt hours I put on the grid, so I'm going to avoid doing that. And how do I do that? The previous speaker raised the question, if I put up a kilowatt of panels and I only use 200, I just wasted 800 watts, and not only don't I get it paid for it, I have to pay for it. The standard solution in Europe to this situation, where the conditions are similar, is you put in a sensor at the load or at the breaker box that says, is power going in or out, and it trips stops producing power if it's going out, or reduces the output to match the load that is there. And if that's not enough, then it begins to buy power. All of that is available, and the critical feature of all of those is that to make that system work, you probably need a battery.
So the solar charges a battery, the battery runs the inverter, and the inverter is controlled by load on the system. All of that is part of the type of thing we're talking about, and all is available commercially on Amazon if you want to buy one that doesn't have a UL stamp on it. As for the stamp, most of the stuff that's out there, even if it doesn't have UL stamps, it has the stamps of other countries. It has the VDA stamps. I can't think of the acronym for the German controls, the British controls, and all the others. They have the same issues, and they've all dealt with them. The one safety issue that was raised by our Clean Power representative earlier is the issue of if you plug this thing into the middle of a line of plugs, so to speak, and you overload a plug at the far end of it, away from the breaker, and you feed a whole bunch of power into it, the line between your solar power feed into it and the other end can indeed overload. So the question is, where is there no problem? If you have a dedicated circuit, there's no problem. If you have, and for there, the ratings are the same as you'd have for for load. And that's usually 80% of the capacity of the system if it's going to be running continuously. So a 15 amp circuit can handle about 1,800 watts. Your hair dryer could be 1,800 watts, but it's not expected to run a lot. If you buy a space heater and plug it in, that'll be 1,500 watts. That'll be 80% of the load, and that will run long periods of time steadily. The same kinds of ratings on a dedicated circuit can be done. This whole process is not to get rid of all of our electricians. Maybe the point would be if you intend to put in more than maybe 400 watts or 800 watts, get your electrician to give you a dedicated circuit, just like they would if you wanted a water heater or a dryer. And that goes to the other issue. We're talking about 120 volt systems. There's no reason to limit it to 120. In fact, it would be better to have the 240 because that provides balance power for both halves of the grid as it comes into your house. So have it available for both and leave some judgment to your electrician, keeping in mind that you will not want to sell power to the grid because you're not going to get paid for it, or you will be charged for it, one or the other. I don't think that, first of all, I would expect that we will see variation in these rules and in all this stuff as we go forward. At this point, I would say, with the help of your electrician, find a dedicated circuit, and you can go to any level at that circuit and it'll handle. If it's a 30 amp circuit, you can handle 5 kilowatts on it. And you're not going to feed the grid, so you're not going to get into transformer problems. The main thing you're gaining by doing this over doing your own wiring in the house or putting in a transfer switch is that you don't have to put in the transfer switch. It gives you the ability to to handle the power without running extension cords all over the house or putting in a transfer switch. And it makes it a lot easier to make use of solar, or for that matter, co-generated power or whatever kind of power you might have. And there are such systems available today, engine-driven cogen systems that recover heat and are, I think, would be allowed under the previous discussion this morning as part of those rules. Enough. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Glad to respond to any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Mr. Corman, Representative Corman.
Thank you, Chairman Bose, and thank you for taking my question. So I gather that you're really suggesting that we should have dedicated circuits for these. And if so, I don't think they're requiring that in Utah, are they?
I don't know what they require in Utah. I would personally, if I would have put in anything bigger than a kilowatt, let's put it this way, I would certainly take a really good look at what circuit I'm plugging it into. And the problem is that I might have some sense of whether that's dedicated or what the loads are on it. And being a good techno-twit, I might be able to get away without any trouble. I would say that this is not a problem if you have dedicated circuits and as many as you want. I mean, you could, as long as each circuit was on its own, went to the breaker would protect it. If you overloaded it going out, if you stuck two on it, units on it, that would trip and that would be fine. The usual application of microinverters is in fact just that. They produce the AC directly at the panel and join a number of units. You might have 30 or 40 of them on a rooftop feeding an AC line directly. And because there's no load attached to it, you don't have the overload capability. But there is an argument that says 400 watts might be something that we could do with no risk, because that's the difference between 1,800 and 1,500, roughly speaking. And that keeps you within the range of that 80% factor that wiring requires usually.
Representative La
Yes.
Rochelle has a question as well.
Yes.
Chairman Rosen, thank you for taking my question. I think you hit the nail right on the head. If you have a dedicated circuit feeding a dedicated breaker, that breaker will distribute that electricity to all the other circuits on the bus. So you don't have to worry about overloading any circuit on the bus, plus you're distributing the electricity to all the circuits on the bus. So I think that would be a great answer.
The main difference being whether it's 110 or 120 or 240. If it's a 120 circuit, then you're only you're providing power to all of the circuits on that one.
Right. If you
And
did,
you can use it anywhere in the house.
if you did it correctly, you could have two plugs and power both buses.
Yeah, that you could do. Or have one that is a 240-volt system.
Right.
So, and you know, that's a regular plug. That's what you plug your dryer into. And so it's, again, it has the portability function.
And I think that's a good solution.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen, very much. And
Thank you.
with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on Senate Bill 540. And don't go anywhere, anybody. I'm going to recognize Representative Vice Chair Thomas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing SB 540. 560, excuse me, 560.
Chair recognizes Representative McGee.
I'll second that motion.
Moved and seconded that we enter executive session to consider Senate Bill 560. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. I'm going to open an exec session on Senate Bill 560 and recognize Representative Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes, we thought. Yeah. Just got back from a week vacation, so. Yes, Mr. Chair, I make a motion to recommend OTP on SB 560.
Chair recognizes Representative McGee.
I second that motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 560 concerning modernization of the New Hampshire coordinate system. Discussion. I think that the information presented to us earlier today was pretty straightforward, and this seems like, to me, a pretty standard update of statutes to reflect what's happening in the real world. And so it seems to me that this is a pretty straightforward bill that deserves our support. Representative Corman.
Yes, and we were assured that no markers need be moved or anything like that. It's really, I mean, it sounds like it's just a simple arithmetic transformation in software more than anything else.
Any further discussion? Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and also the way that this bill is worded is that it will not necessitate any future upgrades of this bill should the technology change in this in the mapping sequences. So I think this is a good bill that will carry us far in the future.
Representative Notter.
And it imposes no new cost on the public.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the motion of ought to pass for Senate Bill 560.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers is gone. Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative Sabor Deschenier,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Partial,
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Corman,
Yes.
Representative Reynolds is not here. Representative La Rochelle,
Yes.
Representative Swanson,
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes. Did you call Representative Schneller?
Yes.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, zip.
By a vote of 14 to nothing, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 560. Okay to put that on consent? It will go on the consent calendar. Vice Chair Thomas will write the committee report, and I'll need that by 5 p.m. today. Okay, with that, we will close the executive session on Senate Bill 560. That's one off our plate. Thank goodness. So now we can open a public hearing. The reason I did that exec session, by the way, is because it appears to be impossible to predict how long these public hearings are going to last. So I wanted to make sure we got that done before we moved on to the next public hearing, which is for Senate Bill 589, which has a new title apparently, relative to port electrification, microgrid development, and cybersecurity standards for energy and water systems. And I would like to introduce the prime sponsor of this legislation, Senator Waters, to introduce it to us. And while he's doing that, I'm going to pass out a suggested amendment that he has for this legislation. So Senator Waters, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator David Waters, District 4, to introduce Senate Bill 589. And I do want to thank the committee so much for its really careful attention to all these bills today and spending a lot of time on this. And I hope this one, though it has several moving parts, will be a lot simpler than the previous bill. This bill became a kind of a cluster of items to make sure that we were continuing our investigation of new technologies that are coming on board and making sure that we have cybersecurity, safety on some of our systems that would be under threat from cybersecurity bad actors. And the bill, I may jump around a little bit just because of the way in which the bill was drafted. So if I may start on microgrids, and the microgrid legislation that is included here arises from the really terrific microgrid study that was undertaken by Tom Barrasso and others over the last year or so. Some of you may have participated in that study or zoomed in for some of the sessions. And, we empowered the DOE to undertake that study for distributed energy resources because they're going to be important for, so many things on new kinds of energy, including the potential for nuclear, small modular reactors and so forth. So what I did is I worked with Mr. Barrasso and DOE to take pieces of the microgrid study and to put in statute the definition that study had come up with. So we have that in statute, and that's what you see on page 1 with the definition here, which is a lot of work went into that, developing that as part of that process. So that's on lines 6 through 13. And then if you would turn the page over to page 2 of the bill, here the microgrid investigation phase 2 in section 4. There are a lot of issues that very good recommendations were developed in the microgrid study. And I thought that we ought not to wait for another year for that work to continue so the proposals can come forward to the legislature. So that's why you'll see starting on line 7, an authorization for the second phase there were some particular things that the report identified that need to still be done. And in particular, there was some initial mapping as to 3 to 5 likely spots in the state where microgrids might be located. And again, rather than waiting for another year, I wanted to authorize them to pursue investigations of those locations that they had identified. They also came up with the sandbox methodology that would be a way of looking across various regulatory structures so that these microgrids may be located places. Also, once again, cybersecurity standards. If we're going to have these microgrids, what kind of cybersecurity standards we want to make sure that the grid, as they may connect to it in these places, is there is some regulatory there. If there are going to be proposals for for some pilot projects, would they give us some recommendations about how we might enable that or provide some regulatory relief, as we have done with other forms of energy, to let pilot projects move forward, how we would evaluate a pilot project, and other relevant issues. And so that's why I wanted them to get started on those things. I think it's important work, and that's another reason why that definition is important to put in statute now. If we go back to page 1, I'll talk about the next piece of this bill. There's a lot of activity on electrification of ports around the world, and also particularly along the East Coast. So in having a lot of discussion with the Peace Development Authority and the port director, who was brought on an assistant who is a specialist in electrification, that we would authorize this task force to get together and to look at what we would need to do and could do for electrification at the port. This would cover a variety of potential things. They have already been approached by a private developer who wants to put in electrification for small fishing boats. This will be important for new classes of fishing boats that are coming forward that are electric, but also particularly for fishing boats to be able to come in if they want to make their ice, or to recharge certain electrical devices that they have on board of the fishing boats, that this company wants to come in and do some port electrification for that particular purpose. But given the accessibility of major interconnection points at the port and just nearby at Granite State Power, in Newington, the larger issue of making us ready for potential larger port electrification came forward. Maersk and some other folks are putting $200 million into ports along the eastern seaboard. It's electrification for some future classes of vessels that are now coming forward that are electric, but it's most importantly so that any kind of vessel can come in, whether it's a tanker or unloading salt or something that is coming in to provide equipment or work for the developments over at the shipyard, because there's a lot of work going over there. What they want to be able to do when they come into a port is so they can plug in, so they can get their electric supply while they're in port, which is much cheaper to do it that way than to run their own diesel. There's some air quality issues that would help with as well. And I think that if we did a study, we could identify ourselves as available to these folks who are putting the money into port electrification, that we're ready to go. And that's again, the PDA and the port folks thought this would make a lot of sense. So that's the task force there. So if I may move on to the next part of the bill, if you'll go down to the bottom of page 2, this is where I want to talk about cybersecurity more particularly. We need to be ready for cybersecurity, particularly for electric grid interconnection guidelines. There is really substantial threat
to our grid and to various electric, distributed energy resources and otherwise from international bad actors. As you may know, that there are mystery chips in a lot of devices that are coming particularly from China. And there is real concern because what is known about what some of the Chinese government has been doing around the world and other places, the potential for hacking in to systems. I was told by Eversource as part of the microgrid study that they have dozens of people in cybersecurity trying to develop standards and rules to make sure that their grid is protected and has sufficient cybersecurity protections. It seems to me that we need some state standards about that so that we can say if somebody's going to, whether it's a solar panel or it's other kind of distributed energy resources or whether it's a microgrid, I think we need to be able to say there are some standards that if you're going to be connecting these things, which may or may not go into the grid, that your equipment can conform to these cybersecurity standards. So what this will do is set up a group within the Department of Energy, and there's a lot of discussion with them about this, about being able to develop those standards. The amendment you see before you comes from Eversource, and they simply want to add down there on lines 33 and 34 to include in this group electric distribution utilities, that they'll be at the table for this. I think it was just an oversight on my part. I thought that distributed energy resources business might include the utilities, but I think that's good to clarify that electric distribution utilities, and that's the only thing the amendment does is to add that there. So you'll see how this group will do. It'll talk top of page 3 about what kind of guidelines, how to promulgate them, whether we need some rulemaking and statutory changes that will come out of that. I think we probably will, and they'll tell us what shall be needed, and we'll get this report from them for the legislature to get going on what we need to do in statute. After I put this bill together, Commissioner Scott, who, by the way, heads up the task force on cybersecurity for the state, and he came to me with a proposed amendment to add here because it seemed germane on some cybersecurity that he thinks is absolutely necessary for water systems. So what you'll see that it does for public water systems, and this again, the commissioner's here, he will speak to this. It sets up a cybersecurity protection program for public water systems, and you'll see the definition of what this will cover on line 17 to 21. There's some rulemaking then for the commissioner to make sure that there's cybersecurity protection regulation there, and then also for the wastewater treatment facilities, and same kind of scenario for what's going to be done on the water treatment. I think you can understand the real urgency around this one. That, bad actors coming in, what they could do to a municipality if they can get at the water or if they can get at the wastewater. And so this will let Commissioner Scott, who's the head of this effort for the state, do what he thinks needs to be done to protect us as well. So you got lots of parts in this bag of goodies, Mr. Chairman, and I'm ready for questions.
One quick question. The amendment that you supplied to us, it simply adds on line 7 and 8 the words electric distribution utilities.
Yes.
To that section, is that
Yes,
correct?
that's it.
That's it, okay. And then the other quick question is, the bill does have a fiscal note. The fiscal note says that there is no fiscal impact on state, county, and local expenditures or revenue. Did the Department of Energy have any issues with the bill?
No, and thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. There had been another part of this bill when I originally proposed it that we amended out that had to do with transportation and developing transmission corridors and hubs for interstate highway electrification. And when that went away, I think that any concern about physical impact went away as well.
Excellent, thank you. Additional questions? Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Just a quick one here, just about cybersecurity.
Yep.
If a town follows the state's new cybersecurity guidelines, what they're mentioned here, but it still suffers a data breach or system shutdown, would the state bear any liability for the failure of the standards it mandated?
Thanks for the question, and it's an important question. I think that's exactly why I want to set this group up to look into that issue. I think that that's what we would, that's the kind of question that ought to come up in that group and ought to get addressed.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So turning to the port study, I'm hopeful that your line C, about the report, where it says potential models for private development is the controlling factor here. I'm not envisioning a state-owned charging system somewhere on the Piscataqua.
Thanks for the question, and I think it's not. I mean that's what I really envision here, because indeed the port serves corporations. They pay for the use of that facility, and I think if they want electrification there, we can certainly do the work we need to do to prepare for their investment. But as the example I gave of the fishing company coming in and said, we'd like to at least have some electrification here for our vessels. Well, that's, great. We'll try to make it work, but there's a much bigger potential for electrification there, which I think could attract actually pretty substantial new business to our port if that kind of capacity was available. But it's their investment that will get us there.
Thank you.
Well, I see no, Representative Corman just threw up his hand at the last second.
Microgrids, the sandbox methodology, does that refer to that the microgrid is standing alone and not connected to the main grid, or can be disconnected? What do we mean by sandboxing?
I don't, is Tom here? No, I don't. This is what they came up, read the report, if you'd like to read the report that they issued, because what they're talking about there is that rather than look at the various sorts of regulations that are involved in microgrid development and the regulatory, and what you do is the sandbox is meant that you try to see how all of those different regulatory regimes can be dealt with together. So you bring in all the partners together. So that's what they're referring to. Is it's a term that they came up with in the report. They spent a lot of time looking at how can we best get all the partners together, because this could be a lot of different people interested in it. But the report is just superb. They did really terrific work. And that's why I thought we better keep going on it, because there's much good work to be done. But do take a look at that.
They may use sandbox differently.
I
think software development. So, all right, seeing no further questions,
so much,
I'd like to call next on Commissioner Bob Scott and Jonna McKenna from the Department of Environmental Services. Welcome to you both. Haven't seen you in a while. It's great to have you here.
Thank you again. For the record, Bob Scott, Commissioner with the Department of Environmental Services. I have with me Jonna McKenna, who runs the drinking water program for the state as well. Quickly, as Senator Waters mentioned, there are two sections of this bill, Section 6 and 7, which relate to drinking water and wastewater cybersecurity. And basically what this would do is clarify our existing authorities at the Department of Environmental Services provide for more explicit rulemaking authority. A little bit of background, we've been running assistance programs, well, actually before that too, but since 2020, where we've been working very closely with the federal government. The Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency has a local cybersecurity officer that we work with extensively, and the Environmental Protection Agency. And what we started with is a grant program. So we were able to leverage the CISA assessments. They would provide, the CISA advisor, they would provide free assessments to facilities. He would write up, here's your report card of things you should be doing or might want to do. And with our grant program, we offered $50,000 for every water or wastewater system. Tell us what things on your punch list that you want to do, and here's some money. We ran that for multiple years. What we found is the level of preparedness for the water and wastewater systems was such, more the water systems actually, was such that we were getting grant requests for $3,000, $6,000, where I knew very well they could use every dime they could get. And the issue was they didn't understand what the report card meant, right? So we backed up a little bit, and we did a request for proposals for more of a holistic approach. We ended up contracting with the Overwatch Foundation, which is a local nonprofit here based out of New Hampshire. They're associated with the Atom Group a little bit, some of the same players. That's the folks that help with Primex. If a municipality has a cybersecurity issue, they come in. And what they do is if those systems that are ready, we provide 3 years of service through the Overwatch Foundation, by which you'll be set up with the appliances, your firewalls, the input devices, that type of thing, patching and training for a 3-year period. After that 3-year period, our expectation is now understanding that this equipment needs to be replaced and refreshed. You'll have set up either in-house or with a contractor the expertise to manage this program, and you'll have baked it into your rates so this is sustainable. So we're trying to kind of lift all boats, so to speak. So that's where we are today. Where we are now also is we've been doing this for some years. We have, our lawyers tell me we have authority to do rulemaking on this, but to me it's very convoluted to get. I don't like to have to do mental gymnastics to say here's what you need to do. I want it more explicit. So what's here in this bill would be to require an appropriate cybersecurity program matched to the risk associated with a particular system, and it gives us rulemaking authority. We've already been talking to the regulated community for the most part that have industrial control systems, and they're actually welcoming. This feedback we got so far is they're welcoming this because they want to know what to do, and they would like to work with us on establishing that. A little bit of background also. Again, this is critical infrastructure. 3 times in 2024, 3 times the National Security Advisor out of the White House wrote to every governor in the state saying, this is a problem, please help us, tell us what you're going to do about it and what you are doing about it. New Hampshire was one of, even with the program we have, was one of the, I think 3 pointed out nationally of, hey, go talk to them, they're doing something you should be looking at. So I'm proud of that in that respect. So we've been doing a lot of carrot for the systems, but I would like to do rulemaking with them. So in the chance that we have systems that say, hell no, we won't go, then we can give them a little bit of leverage in the background saying, hey bosses, finance people, here's why we need to do this, if that makes sense. And I have, again, John is here. She has, if you're interested in some information on the Overwatch Foundation, she has a handout too, if you'd like. Again, that's the organization the nonprofit that we've contracted with to do this frontline work, if you will, with the systems.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's a good explanation, and it sounds certainly like a much-needed program. A question I have about it, all of us in our personal computer systems have Norton or some other system to protect our systems from attack, and they constantly have to be updated and upgraded. Do the systems that would be provided under this program also get upgraded on a regular basis so that they can be as current with the attacks that are out there as possible?
That's correct, yes, and that's part of the agreement, as you will. So we've said, look, we'll help you for 3 years. We'll provide those patches and whatnot, work with you on that. But you need to have, within each individual system that we're working with, they need to have a plan for how to continue doing that. You're exactly right. So if nothing changes, and we've seen systems with things that were so old that they haven't been supported for decades, seriously. Those are very vulnerable systems, easy to get into, and bad things that happen. So
We actually heard a bill earlier this year, which unfortunately had some significant flaws and couldn't move forward. But during the hearings on that bill, we learned that there are many water and wastewater systems here in New Hampshire that are completely unprotected and wide open. And so I think this kind of a program is extremely important. Further questions for the department? Seeing none.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Glad you could be here.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Meg Stone from the Department of Energy. Good afternoon again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Meg Stone, Legislative Liaison with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. I can be very brief today. My remarks are really just tailored to two sections of the bill. The department is neutral on the bill as it's before you. So originally, the bill had detailed the department's authority to establish a microgrid pilot program. As you are aware, the department recently completed an investigation into microgrids, which is INV 2024-01, I believe. The scope of the proposal has been narrowed to authorize a phase 2 of that investigation, which would allow further development of a framework of microgrids to be established in the state. I believe I sent that report to you a few months ago. It was quite a bit ago, though, so if the committee's interested, I'm happy to resend that report to you. And then Section 5 of the bill directs the department to initiate an investigation into the need for guidelines or standards for cybersecurity standards for distributed energy generation and related devices. Sorry, it's late in the afternoon. We can do this with existing resources. I know there was a question about the fiscal note, and that is accurate. It should be noted that the electric distribution utilities have significant resources dedicated to cybersecurity efforts, and the department does have a full-time staff member who works solely on cybersecurity matters. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, questions for Ms. Stone? Looks like we have none.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Your day is done. Next up, we'll hear from Griffin Roberge from Eversource. See what the utilities think of this bill. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I will be very brief. Griffin Roberge with Eversource Energy. Senator Waters, I believe, distributed an amendment. I believe it's 1012S. That would simply add electric distribution utilities to the language contained in Section 5 of the bill. Eversource is in support of that change to ensure that Eversource and other utilities take part in that investigation. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Seems like the amendment is soundly endorsed.
Sounds
So-
great.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last word on this bill goes to Sarah Burke Cohen of the New Hampshire Municipal Association. Good afternoon and welcome back.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Burke Cohen. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We oppose this bill, but I'm going to tell you why. Everybody's confused by that. We oppose it in terms of there's another bill that's been around on cybersecurity that would have imposed significant increases when it came to cybersecurity for our municipalities that they may not have been able to sustain in one budget year. However, from our understanding from our friends at work, wastewater treatment plants, our public wastewater treatment plants, as well as our public water utilities, that they are quite content with how things are going with the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, that they feel like they have a seat at the table to discuss how a timeline will work for those municipalities to roll out some of these cybersecurity changes and upgrading of the system so that it will be a manageable cost for municipalities while still protecting our utilities from any attacks on them. So we are opposed to it if the cost is a huge upfront cost for municipalities that won't be sustainable for them. However, from the testimony that's been here today, it sounds like that is not going to be the case. So it would be something that, although we oppose right now, seems like it will be workable for our municipalities. Any questions?
So you were opposed to it when you thought it was going to cost a lot of money, but now your understanding is that it won't
It seems like the rollout will be a little bit more manageable for our municipalities, from what the commissioner has testified and from what our public water and wastewater utilities have talked with us about.
So would the municipal association be in agreement with the idea that water and wastewater treatment systems should be protected?
Yes, we are in agreement with that. We just, as you know, municipalities derive their funding for these types of projects from property taxes. So it would just have to be something that could be rolled out in a manageable way for them.
Great, thank you. Further questions, Representative Bernardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what you said was the costs have to be manageable. They can't be too large. What is too large?
I'm talking for, well, I'm not a specialist in cybersecurity. I mean, upfront costs that could be, cybersecurity is a evolving field. It could be $10,000, it could be $3 to $6, it could be $100,000, depending on the system. I think the way it just needs to be rolled out so that it's not being rolled out, that it could be hundreds of thousands of dollars all at once. Maybe the plan can have different steps in it. Hey, this is where you need to be, this is where you need to be, and then continuing to add on to them. Just like you would for, I think Representative O's mentioned Norton antivirus, is you get the system and then you keep updating it, and it would just be rolling it out that way. So it's not all at once.
Follow up.
So if it's buying or getting an initial system online, couldn't the community bond it and extend the costing out over a longer period of time to avoid a big upfront hit?
I think that would probably be workable, depending on what the program, or whether it's what it looks like. I think like I said, there have been other bills that made it seem like that needed to be done today, which it does. I'm not saying it doesn't, but cost-wise, it's just making sure that it can be bonded out, or over a period of time where municipalities aren't having a $1 million fee in their current budget that could be detrimental to them.
Thank you.
So did the Municipal Association testify on this bill when it was before the Senate?
We did not.
Oh, you did not? Okay.
Mostly because I wasn't available.
Because the fiscal note does say that the legislative budget assistant states that this bill has no fiscal impact on state, county, or local expenditures.
We were not asked for a fiscal note on this.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
We were asked for fiscal notes on other related bills. We were a bit.
But not this one.
Not this one.
Okay. Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for your testimony. And since I have no more pink cards, we will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 589FN. And that will conclude our work for the day. I will remind you all that we will return here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock to hear 4 additional Senate bills. And I would like you to reserve space on your calendar for next Monday, the 13th of April, for an executive session on the 8 Senate bills that we will not have addressed before that. So we will finish those Senate bills on Monday, April 13th. Representative McGee? That's not my issue, that's the Speaker's office. Okay, thanks, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
I was wondering.